We do have one qualifier here on this Tuesday night at Summerside. They're lining up with You Bet 'Em Easy and Jacob Sweet. The two-horse Kelpie on the Coast is scratched. Salzburg Lynn 3, Kenny Murphy, and 4, Better Be Early, Ryan DeRoche. Here they come. There they go, off and pacing. You Bet 'Em Easy, the first one out at the rail. Second into the turn is Salzburg Lynn to get away third. Better Be Early. Around in the first turn, arriving at the first eight. You Bet 'Em Easy, and Jacob Sweet has a sizable lead here in the early going. All alone in second is Salzburg Lynn, followed by the trailer third, Better Be Early. So over to the first quarter, and now up and on the move in the outside. Salzburg Lynn on to take over for Kenny Murphy as they pass by the quarter. You Bet 'Em Easy now second, and a gapped out trailer in third, Better Be Early. They arrived at the quarter in a comfortable 31-2 as they race round the paddock turn for the first time. Salzburg Lynn took over the lead. Second, You Bet 'Em Easy, and well off those leaders third. That is Better Be Early. They arrive at the half mile next, led by Salzburg Lynn and Murphy. They're halfway home. Right with them in the two hole, You Bet 'Em Easy, and then third is Better Be Early. The opening half mile, 101 flat, so they stepped it up to 29-3 in the second quarter. Salzburg Lynn arriving at 5/8 the leader. Racing from second, You Bet 'Em Easy, and Fancy Stepping in the backfield. Better Be Early the trailer. So the three quarters is the next station. Salzburg Lynn will have a 2-length advantage racing there. Then second, You Bet 'Em Easy, and the third one, Better Be Early. So the three quarters in the books, and Salzburg Lynn was the leader there in 1:31-4. Coming to the outside, You Bet 'Em Easy second, a distant third, Better Be Early. On their way down the home stretch in this lone qualifier, Salzburg Lynn the leader. You Bet 'Em Easy on the outside, right alongside, and Better Be Early. On the wire, You Bet 'Em Easy will get there for Jacob Sweet. Second is Salzburg Lynn. Better Be Early third. Time for the mile in 2:01-2. Now the results of the qualifier, You Bet 'Em Easy the winner. Kelpie of the Coast was scratched. Salzburg Lynn finished second. Better Be Early third. 31-2, 101. 131-4, and the mile in 2:01. In review, it's one scratch, 2-3.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2. Test 1 2 3. Test 1 2. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Test 1 2. Testing from the broadcast desk. Testing 1 2 3. Test 1 2. Testing from the broadcast desk. Testing 1, 2, 3. This is a mic check from the broadcast desk here at Red Shore, Summerside on a Tuesday night. Testing 1, 2, 3. Test. Testing 1, 2, 3.
Here they come. Post time. Deep stretch now. Set the camera up.
Broadcasting live from Prince Edward Island, this is Race Day.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Red Shores at the Summerside Raceway on a Tuesday night. 15 races on tap for you here tonight. I'm your host, Rocky Skierman. Vance Cameron in the booth calling all the action. 48 years of calling races. Vance Cameron, we're going to talk more about that later on. The feature race comes up tonight in race number 14 with 5 starters facing the starting gate. Sharkey on the rail with Taylor Doyle. Rose Run X-Con 2 with Kenny Murphy. 3 is Hamac Maximus with Paul Angel. 4 Hamac Exclusive with Corey McPherson. Rounding out the field is First Glance with Brady Sweet. Going to be a good night of harness racing here tonight at Red Shores in Summerside. We have some program and equipment changes for you. And for all of those, let's go upstairs now to the man who will call all the action. Here is Mr. Vance Cameron. Vance?
Thank you, Rocky, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Red Shores at the Summerside Raceway for tonight's racing program, event number 31 of the meeting, fast track conditions, 9 degrees Celsius. The temperature at this time in Summerside, the track condition, is rated by the officiating members from the Maritime Provinces Harness Racing Commission. Tonight, the senior judge is Mr. Dylan Elaine. The associate judges are Mr. Robbie Shaw and Mr. Derek Quinn. Now here are tonight's program and equipment changes. First change will go to race number 1. In the first race, number 6 you already have will go from a chin strap to a Z guide. Number 7, Le'Veon Bell, will go from blinkers to a blind bridle. Next change, go to race number 4. In the fourth race, scratch number 5, Thinking of Eddie, she will not go. Race 4, scratch number 5, Thinking of Eddie. Next change, go to race number 7. In the 7th race, number 6, J.J. Patrick. On his last start on the 21st of October here in Summerside, the driver was Brady Sweet. Brady Sweet was the driver of J.J. Patrick on his last start here in Summerside. Next change, we'll go over to race number 10. In the 10th race tonight, number 5, Hands Off Nose In, removing the Pelling Pacifier. Turning over to race number 11. In the 11th race, scratch number 2, Almost There Boss. He will not go. Race 11, scratch 2, Almost There Boss. Turning over to race number 12. 12th race, number 3, Gabby Seelster. Removing blinkers, adding a Murphy blind on the inside. Turning over to race number 13. In the 13th race, scratch number 4, Southwind Ricochet. She will not go, and there will be no show wagering available. Race 13, scratch 4, Southwind Ricochet, and scratch the show wagering. Turning over to race number 14. Scratch number 1, Sharky. He will not go. Race 14, scratch number 1, Sharky. That will complete the changes on tonight's 15 race presentation. The habitual windows are open and selling. First race post time set for 6 o'clock. That will leave you 25 minutes to make your race 1 selections.
Race Day Live continues from Summerside, Prince Edward Island. Welcome to our on-track and off-track customers. In the spirit of reconciliation, we acknowledge that the land upon which we gather is unceded Mi'kmaq territory. Abeguid, Mi'kmaq is covered by the historic treaties of peace and friendship. We pay our respects to the indigenous Mi'kmaq people who have occupied this island for over 12,000 years, past, present, and future. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise, if you are able, for the playing of our national anthem. to Race Day Live.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shore Summerside on a Tuesday night. 15 races on tap for you here tonight. Another good race to look at is race number 3, a field of 5. No show wagering in here. Brigus and Jill Berrio on the rail. Little Leroy is 2 with Kenny Murphy. Mappo O'Reilly will lead 3 with Brody McPhee. Almost Amos 4 with David Dowling. Rounding out the field 5 on the outside is Wizard with Norris Rogers. Going to be a great night for harness racing. Sun's peeking out here right now. Join us here at Red Shores in Summerside. And there's a shot of the Atlantic Post Calls paddock cam for tonight's opener. You'll see I'm going with a 4-1-3. Backstretch beat going with a 4-1-6. And the classifier's choice is 4-3-2 in tonight's opener in 10 minutes.
Maiden Pacers on the first race post for 8. Camlock Lady number 1, owned by Albert Hickox of South Freetown, trained by Chris McKay. Corey McPherson drives. Camco Haley 2, owned by Claire Murphy of Millvale and Daryl Murphy from Lethbridge, Alberta, trained and driven by David Dowling. Woodmere LeBron number 3, owned by Carl Marchbank of Tyne Valley, trained by Tammy Collings, Ryan DeRaja. 4 is Twin B Bet On It, owned by Wayne McRae of Fall River, Nova Scotia, and Daniel Rouse of Vernon Bridge. Gilles Barrio trains and drives. 5, She Be Perfect, owned by Hardy Mills Stable of Bedford, Nova Scotia. Jacob Sweet trains and drives. You already have number 6, owned by JD Racing Incorporated of Cornwall and Dunsan Farms of Warren Grove, trained by Nick Oakes, Kenny Murphy. Le'Veon Bell number 7, owned by Leanne Moyer of Summerside, trained by Mario Macri. Paul Angel drives. Elm Grove Tux number 8 is owned, trained, and driven by Dana Sweet of Bloomfield Station. Do or Die number 9, owned by Bill McKay of South Granville. Willie McKay trains and drives at 4 minutes to post time. Welcome to Redshores Summerside. My co-host tonight is Rocky Skierman, and he's at the HBI broadcast desk with details on the new track triple and a chance to win $500.
That's right, fans. Redshore Summerside has another exciting on-track promotion until the end of our live racing season on November the 11th. Introducing the new track triple. By the aisle, pick 5, a pick 4, and 1 daily double, and you will have a chance to win $500. Ask your on-track seller about the new track triple. Let's head out to the track for tonight's opener. First half of the daily double, Exactor, 20-cent superfecta, tractor, win, place, and show wagering. And it's also the start of the guaranteed 20-cent aisle pick 5. Landing on the 4 in here, Twin B Bet On It, 2-year-old bay colt by Better's Delight for Wayne McRae of Fall River, Nova Scotia, and Daniel Ross of Vernon Bridge, Prince Edward Island. Gilles Barrio is here tonight. He's the trainer and the driver. First lifetime start for this 2-year-old colt by Better's Delight. Qualifier in Charlottetown, October the 16th, left from 2. Finished third, just beat a length and 3/4, 2:01 closed it out in 29 seconds flat. Corey McPherson was in the bike for that qualifier. Twin B Bet On It from post 4 with Gilles Barrio, your current choice at 1-9. And we got some equipment changes in tonight's opener. Number 6, you already have, goes from a chin strap to a Z-guide. Number 7, Le'Veon Bell, from blinkers to a blind bridle. There's a look at the rail sitter, Camlock Lady, 2-year-old bay filly by Tobago Cays for Albert Hickox of South Freetown. Chris McKay is now the trainer, and Corey McPherson will do the driving. Started at Charlottetown on October the 4th. Lady Slipper Grassroots for $16,200. Made a break leaving. Finished 6, 2:01 30 4 closing quarter. 9th lifetime start for this 2-year-old filly tonight. On the rail, it's Camlock Lady with Corey McPherson at 8-1. And there we get a peek at the 3. Woodmere LeBron, 2-year-old bay gelding by Tobago Cays for Kyle Marchbank of Tyne Valley. Tammy Collings trains, and Ryan DeRoche will do the driving. Started here last Tuesday night, left from post 6, parked to the quarter, finished second, just beat by 3/4 of a length, 2:04 flat, 31-4 closing quarter. 5th lifetime start tonight for this 2-year-old by Tobago Cays. It's the 3, Woodmere LeBron, right now 27-1. Let's have a look at the odds board for tonight's opener. A field of 9 in here. Camlock Lady, Corey McPherson on the rail at 9-1, now 8-1. Camco Haley 2 and David Dowling at 46-1. Woodmere LeBlanc. Woodmere LeBron is 3 with Ryan DeRoche at 27 to 1. 4. Twin B Bet on It with Jill Barrio at 1 to 9. She Be Perfect is 5 and Jacob Smeet at all 9s on the board. 6 you already have and Kenny Murphy at 8 to 1. Le'Veon Bell 7 with Paul Angela at 38 to 1. The 8 is Elm Grove Tux and Dana Sweet at 58 to 1. Rounding out the field, the 9 in the back tier. That's Do or Die on your screen right now. Willie McKay will drive at 50 to 1. That's the field for tonight's opener. Good luck with your selections. Tonight's opener has a field of 9 lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate 1st to 15. Vance Cameron, up to you for the call.
Camluck Lady, Camco Haley, Woodmere LeBron, Twin B Bet on It. She Be Perfect you already have. Le'Veon Bell, Elm Grove Tux in back. Do or Die, top of the stretch. 9 Maiden Pacers approaching a start. There they go, off and facing all but the one. Camluck Lady went off stride prior to the start. Into the turn, Camco Haley is the leader. Racing from second is Twin B Betanut, then racing third. In between horses, Woodmere LeBron out there in fourth. You already have, then fifth on the cones. The race to backstrike, She Be Perfect on the outside. Elm Grove took 6, and in 7, Do or Die. Le'Veon Bell is 8th. Off stride in the backfield, Camluck Lady. They're on by the quarter, and the post-time favorite out in front, Twin B Betanut and Barrio off a quarter in 30 seconds flat, and now there's the inquiry sign. Race number 1 is under a judge's inquiry. Retain your tickets here in the opener. On the point, Twin B Betanut with the lead by 3. Camco Haley is second. Elm Grove Tux on the outside third. Fourth, you already have. Then in fifth, Woodmere LeBron racing from 6. She Be Perfect. Do or Die sent to the outside 7th. Then in 8th, Le'Veon Bell, and the trailer 9th, Camluck Lady halfway home in the opener in 101 and 1. Twin B Betanut will take him over to the 5-8 for the 2-length lead. Second at the rail, Camco Haley on the outside. Elm Grove Tux been out all the way for third. Back into fourth, you already have Woodmere LeBron on the outside 5th. Do or Die 6th. Then 7th towards the rail, She Be Perfect. Le'Veon Bell on the outside 8th, and Camluck Lady is 9th to 3/4 completed, and Twin B Betanut the leader there in 1:32 and 2, and she'll lead around the top turn for the final time. She'd more than an 8th to go, and Twin B Betanut looks to close it out. Camco Haley is second on the outside third. Elm Grove Tux, and down the stretch they come. Twin B Betanut, Camco Haley upset-minded here on the wire. They come next. Twin B Betanut, Camco Haley is right there in the win photo. And the time for the mile, 2:04 and 2.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's opener. Twin B Bet on It goes to the front tonight. 30 seconds flat to the quarter. Down to the half in 101-1 to the three quarters in 132-2. And here is the stretch drive. You're seeing the two, Camco Haley and Twin B Bet on It. They're battling it out down the stretch to the wire here. And folks, the four, Twin B Bet on It, is going to hang on to the win this one tonight in her maiden record in his first lifetime start, 2:04-2. Gilberto supplies the winning drive. In for second, that is the two, Camco Haley. Up for third is the three, Woodmere LeBron. So it is 4-2-3. Unofficially in the opener, we'll see Twin B Bet on It and Gilberto in the Woodmere Standardbreds winner circle next.
Judges' inquiry involves the start of race number 1. Retain your tickets here, ladies and gentlemen. Judges' inquiry involving the start. Ladies and gentlemen, dealing with the judge's inquiry, there will be a complete refund of all monies wagered on number 9, Do or Die, interference prior to the start. Now in the winner's circle in race 1, Twin B Bet on It, Bay Pacing Colt 2 by Better's Delight from the Sweet Lou Dam, Perfectly Sweet, owned by Wayne McCrae of Fall River, Nova Scotia, and Dan Ross of Vernon Bridge, bred by Twinbrook Limited of Embro, Ontario. Gilberto training and driving all the way. He's a winner in 2:04-2. That's a maiden record. Twin B Bet on It in the opener. Here's the official results from the first race. Camlock Lady was 9th. Kemco Haley finished second. Woodmere LeBron third. Twin B Bet on It, the race winner. She Be Perfect was eighth. You Already Have seventh. Le'Veon Bell was sixth. Elm Grove Tux fourth. Do or Die was fifth and refunded for interference prior to the start. The fractions were 30, 101 and 1, 132 and 2, and the mile 204 and 2. In review, it's 923, 187, 645 refunded. Twin B Bet on It paid $3. The exactor $47.20, the triactor was $88.80, and the superfecta was $139.08.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shores Summerside on a Tuesday night. I'm your host, Rocky Skierman, along with Vance Cameron, bringing you all the action here on this harness racing program tonight. 14 races left of a 15-race presentation. Let's talk about the Grand in Your Hand here at Red Shores Summerside. The Grand in Your Hand promotion is here, underway at Red Shores Summerside on live race days. Customers can enter non-winning tickets into the designated ballot drums for a chance to win the grand prize of $1,000 cash on November the 11th. There will also be weekly prize draws for wagering vouchers. For more information on the Grand in Your Hand promotion, visit Redshores.ca. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming second race. Field of 5, no show wagering in here. I like 4-5-1, backstretch beat going 2-4-1. Classifiers choices 2, 4, and 5 in tonight's second race in 6 minutes.
Singer's Choice on the second race post break. Jacob Sweet of O'Leary owns, trains, and drives. To Midnight Love, owned by Elaine Shortliff of Amherst, Nova Scotia, trained by George Renison, Brady Sweetup. Hamac Charger 3, owned by Paul Conway of Bon John, Zach Conway of Charlottetown. Paul trains, Zach will drive. For Smiling in Heaven, Gary Chappell of Stratford is the owner and the driver. Stacy Dara trains. Red Dirt Diamond wears 5, owned and trained by Dina Clough of New Haven, driven by Brett Clough. 4 minutes to post time. It's close at the top of the driver's standings in Summerside. Rocky has a look at the top 5 drivers next.
And after our last card, David Dowling has taken over now with 53 wins. Very close, as Vance mentioned. Corey McPherson second now with 52. Paul Angels close with 49. Kenny Murphy has 41. Mark Campbell rounds out the top 5 with 39 wins. That's a look at the top drivers thus far here at Red Shores in Summerside. And there's that very close win photo from tonight's opener. You're seeing the 4, Twin B bet on it just by a whisker over the 2, Camco Haley. That's a good photo by the Maritime Provinces Harness Racing Commission. Let's head out to the track for tonight's second race. Exactor, Triactor, win in place. No show wagering in here. 20-cent superfecta also offered in tonight's second race. Landing on the 4, Smiling in Heaven, 4-year-old brown mare by Rockin' in Heaven for Gary Chappell of Stratford. He's also the driver. Stacey Dara is the trainer. Last Tuesday here in Summerside from post 3. Cut it all out. Just got beat by half a length. 2 minutes, 2 fifths, 30 seconds flat on the end of it. I look for this mare to maybe take a tuck tonight. Follow the 2-horse maybe and beat this horse down the stretch. That is the 4, Smiling in Heaven with Gary Chappell. Post 4, 2-1. And there's a look at the 5, Red Dirt Diamond, 5-year-old bay mare by Source of Pride for Dina Clough of New Haven. She's also the trainer. Her son Brett Clough will do the driving. Started here last Tuesday night, left from 7, finished 5th. 201-1, 29-3 on the end of it. October the 16th at Charlottetown from post 5. Finished 4th, just beat by a length. 158-3, 29-3 closing quarter. If this mare can flash any of that in this race, she could land on the top of the ticket. That's the 5, Red Dirt Diamond with Brett Clough. Good odds, 14-1. And with rail control, that is Singer's Choice, 3-year-old bay filly by Courtly Choice for Jacob Sweet of O'Leary. He's the owner, trainer, and the driver. Started last Tuesday night here from post 5. Finished 6th with broken equipment, 201-2, 30-1 closing quarter. Has a win this season, 159-1 right here on September the 1st with a closing quarter of 30 seconds flat. That was a dead heat with Apple Pie Moonshine. Singer's Choice on the rail with Jacob Sweet, 6-1. Tonight's second race has a field of 5, and they're lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Singer's Choice, Midnight Love, Hamac Charger, Smiling in Heaven, and Red Dirt Diamond. It's the second, and they're at the top of the stretch. Here they come. Ralphin pacing, Smiling in Heaven, leaving out Singer's Choice at the rail. Between them, Midnight Love is third into the turn to get away fourth. Hamac Charger, then the early trailer in fifth will be Red Dirt Diamond as they arrive at the 8th pole as a team. Up front, Singer's Choice at the rail. Here's Smiling in Heaven about to take over the lead. In line to Gary Chappell. Second is Singer's Choice. Now in third, Midnight Love. Coming up fourth, that is Red Dirt Diamond. And now trailing fifth, that's Hamac Charger. On by the first quarter mile, it's Smiling in Heaven, now the leader off that opening quarter of 28 and 2. Racing second around the turn is Singer's Choice, starting to close in from third. Midnight Love, then in fourth is Red Dirt Diamond, and Hamac Charger trails fifth. Through the stretch, they approach the opening half mile, and it's Smiling in Heaven halfway home here in the second. Racing from second, that is Singer's Choice. Midnight Love continuing third. Red Dirt Diamond edge down to fourth, and the trailer, that's Hamac Charger. The half's up in 59 and a 1. Midway around the turn they go. The 5/8 comes next, and Smiling in Heaven getting them there. Here's Midnight Love first up now, second. In the pocket third, that's Singer's Choice. Red Dirt Diamond on the outside fourth, and the trailer, but not out of this one, that is Hamac Charger. They're arriving at 3/4 next. Smiling in Heaven getting them there. Midnight Love on the outside applying the pressure. In the pocket third, that is Singer's Choice. 1:30 and 1 for 3/4 of a mile. Around the top turn, they're down to an 1/8 to go. Smiling in Heaven turning home. Midnight Love on the outside second. Singer's Choice third. Red Dirt Diamond fourth. Hamac Charger down the stretch to come. Smiling in Heaven. Midnight Love up on the outside. Up the rail. Singer's Choice will get it all for Jacob Sweet. Smiling in Heaven held second. Midnight Love is third. And the time for the mile, 2 minutes flat.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's second race. Smiling in Heaven goes to the front for Gary Chappell. 28-2, the half in 59 and 1. Down to 3/4 in 1:30 and 1. Here's the stretch drive. Singer's Choice got a great trip along the rail here for young Jacob Sweet, and he's going to drive up the inside here and win with his mount. Singer's Choice in 2 minutes flat, second win from 17 tries this season. In for second, the 4, Smiling in Heaven. Midnight Love is third. It's 1-4-2 unofficially. In tonight's second race, we'll see Singer's Choice and Jacob Sweet in the Woodmere Standard Reds winner's circle next.
There's Singer's Choice going to the Woodmere Standard Bridge Winners Circle from tonight's second race. Big pacing filly 3 by Courtly Choice from the No Nuke Stem Keystone Musical. Jacob Sweet of O'Leary owns, trains, and drives. Filly bred by Winback Farm. Time for the mile in 2 minutes. Singer's Choice in a second race upset.
The management and staff at Red Shores want your experience to be fun and entertaining. That is why we offer information on how our games work, tips to keep your gambling fun, and available community resources. For more information, please speak to one of our PlayWise advisors or stop by the PlayWise Information Center.
Now the official results from the second race. Singer's Choice, the race winner. Midnight Love, third. Hamac Charger was fifth. Smilin' in Heaven was second. Red Dirt Diamond finished fourth. Fractions went 28 and 2, 59 and 1, 130 and 1, and the mile in 2 minutes. In review, 135. 2-4. Singer's Choice paid $23.50 to win. The exactor was $90.50. The triactor $327.10. Superfecta paid $22.35, and the early daily double $42.90.
Red Shores is pleased to announce HPI rewards for Prince Edward Island customers. You can now play Summerside and Charlottetown live racing and earn points and convert those points to cash or other exciting offers. Sign up and play the horses through HPIBet.com and the new HPI rewards program for Prince Edward Island. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming third race. No show wagering in here. I like 2-4-1. Backstretch beat at 1-2-4. Classifiers choice is 2, 4, and 3 in the third race in 8 minutes. First call, 50-50. Isabella's up here in the oval. This is your first call, 50-50.
Third race on the track for Post Parade, number 1, Brigus, owned by Milton Young of Paradise, Newfoundland, trained by Nick Oakes. Gilles Barrio drives. 2 is Little Leroy, owned by Joe Baxter, Marion Stewart, Brian Ramsey, and the BMD Memorial Stable, trained by Joe Baxter, driven by Kenny Murphy. Maple O'Reilly 3 is owned by Haley Curry of Rocky Point, trained by Taylor Doyle. Brody McPhee drives. Almost Amos, number 4, owned by Darla McCachran of Summerside and Zoe McCachran of O'Leary, trained by Dwayne McCachran, driven by David Dowling. Number 5, Wizard, owned by Kent Williams of Ellerslie, trained by Alan McDonald. Norris Rogers drives. 4 minutes to post time. Earl Watts leads the way in the trainer standings of Red Shores Summerside. Rocky has a rundown of the top trainers next.
And there's a look at the top trainers here at Red Shores in Summerside. Earl Watts leads the way with 23 wins. Phil Sizer closing in there with second with 20. Tammy Collings has 16, and Kyle Williams rounds out the top trainers here with 15 wins at Red Shores in Summerside. Let's head over to the track for tonight's second race. Exactor, Triactor, win and place. No show wagering here. 20-cent superfecta also offered. Landing on the 2, Little Leroy dropping down in class a little from his last start. He's a 4-year-old bay gelding by Source of Pride for Joe Baxter, Marion Stewart, Brian Ramsey, and the BMD Memorial Stable. Joe Baxter is the trainer, and Kenny Murphy back in the bike. Started here last Tuesday night. Left from the rail. Finished third. Just beat 3/4 of a length. 156 and 4. 30 and 1 closing quarter. 4 wins on the season from 15 tries. 152 and 2 record. Taken at Charlottetown. It's Little Leroy from post 2 with Mr. Murphy aboard at 3-1. And there we get a peek at the 4, Almost Amos. 4-year-old bay gelding by All Bets Off for Darla and Zoe McCachran. Dwayne McCachran, the trainer. It's David Dowling, our leading driver. He's in the bike tonight. Last start was last Tuesday night here. Had the rail, finished second, just beat a length and 3/4. 157 and 2, 29 and 3 closing quarter. 4 wins from 21 tries this season. 156 and 2 record taken right here at Summerside, and over $16,000 in the bank. It's the 4, Almost Amos with David Dowling, your current choice at 1-5. And there's a look at the rail sitter in here. Brigus, 4-year-old bay gelding by Better Than Cheddar for Milton Young of Paradise, Newfoundland. He's also the breeder. Nick Oakes is the trainer, and Gilles Barrio will do the driving on the rail tonight. Last start was in Charlottetown on October the 18th from post 7. Finished 5th, 201 and 3, 29 and 3. Closing quarter, Adam Murner was in the bike October the 12th at Charlottetown. Left from 5, finished 3rd, just beat a nose. Race timed in 154 and 2, 29 and 1. Closing quarter, 3 wins on the season from 26 tries, 156 season's best. Right here at Summerside on September the 9th for Adam Murner. It's Brigus on the rail with Gilles Barrio, 7-2. Tonight's third race has a field of 5 lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Brigus, Little Leroy, Mappo O'Reilly, Almost Amos, Wizard. Top of the stretch. Now approaching a start. Rough and pacing, Brigus up the rail, Little Leroy leaving out, Mappo O'Reilly 4 wide, that's Almost Amos into the turn. Then the trailer will be Wizard as they move over to the 8th pole, and on the outside, Almost Amos is serious here for Dowling, headed to the lead. Second is Little Leroy, racing from third. That's Brigus in 4th, Mappo O'Reilly, and Wizard trails 5th. It's given go time on the front end. Here comes Little Leroy back to the point in line to Kenny Murphy. Second is Almost Amos. They were at the quarter mile in 28 and 4. Racing from third is Brigus. Mappo O'Reilly rounds the turn 4th, and the trailer, that is Wizard. Off the paddock turn, and they straighten down the stretch in straight alignment. The field of 5 led to the half by Little Leroy and Kenny Murphy. Second is Almost Amos, racing from third. That's Brigus. Then in 4th, Mappo O'Reilly. Wizard trails 5th into the turn off a half mile of 58 seconds flat. Little Leroy the leader. Going to the 5/8 on Almost Amos second. Brigus continuing third. Mappo O'Reilly 4th and Wizard 5th. They go to 3/4 next. Little Leroy the leader. Almost Amos at the rail second. Brigus is on the outside and moving third. Mappo O'Reilly on the outside 4th. Wizard is 5th at 3/4 in the books. Little Leroy was there in 1:28 flat. He'll lead around the top turn for the final time. On the outside, Brigus second. Almost Amos in the pocket third. Mappo O'Reilly 4th. Wizard 5th. They're homeward bound. Little Leroy the leader. Brigus on the outside. Almost Amos in the passing lane. It's Almost Amos for Dowling on the line. Brigus was second. Third is Little Leroy. And the time for the mile, 1:57 flat.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's third race. Little Leroy insisted on cutting this one, 28-4, 58, 128. Here's the stretch drive, and Almost Amos got a perfect trip here with David Dowling, our leading driver in the bike. Gets the job done up the passing lane here tonight in 1:57 flat. 5th win of the season, 7th career for Almost Amos. In for second is Brigus with Little Leroy third. It's 4-1-2 unofficially. In tonight's third race, we'll see Almost Amos and David Dowling in the winner's circle next.
Almost Amos goes to the third race winner's circle by pacing gelding 4 by All Bets Off from the Western Ideal Dam. Gotta Love Her, owned by Darla McCachran of Summerside and Zoe McCachran of O'Leary. Bred by Brad Wilson of Kamlaki, Ontario. Trained by Dwayne McCachran. David Dowling will guide him to victory on this night in 1:57. Almost Amos in the third.
Windermere Farms is proud to announce shares are now available in our 2025 yearlings. From our Rising Star Stallion, Somewhere Fancy, to the Champion Sire, Malicious, this is your chance to get in on the action with some of the most exciting bloodlines in the Maritimes. Come on out to Windermere Farms and meet the future champions of the 2026 season. To book your viewing and for more details, contact Earl Watts today. Windermere Farms, where Atlantic Canada's champion stallions call home.
Now the official results from the third: Brigus was second, Little Leroy third, Mapo O'Reilly fourth, Almost Amos the race winner, Wizard finished fifth, 28-4, 58, 128, and the mile 157. In review, it's 2, 3, 4, 1, 5. Almost Amos paid $5 to win. The exactor was $18.60. The triactor was $9.10, and the superfecta $3.67.
Red Shores Racing has a full menu of wagering options this season. Customers can play the Isle Pick 5 with a $2,000 guaranteed pool, 2 Super High 5s, and a new Late Pick 4 with a $1,000 guaranteed pool. The Isle Pick 5, Super High 5, and Late Pick 4 all feature an industry low 15% takeout. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming fourth race. There's a shot of the Atlantic Post Calls paddock cam. I'm going to go 7-2-1 in here. Scratch the 5, thinking of Eddie. Backstretch beat head 175, but the 5 is scratched. Classifiers choices 1-2-4 in the upcoming fourth race in 8 minutes.
Fourth race on Post Parade, number 1, Tobin's Future, owned by Jason Bigger and Robin Wilson of Muscush. Jason does the training, driven by Ryan DeRage. Harlequin Romance, number 2, is owned by Barry Bigger of Summerside, trained by Jason Bigger. Paul Langell drives. 3 is No Fool Tobago, owned and trained by Garth Cole of Kensington. Kenny Murphy up. Elm Grove Penny 4 gets Brody McPhee in the driver's seat for owner-trainer Luke Burke Donaldston. 5, Thinking of Eddie is scratched. Number 6 is Elm Grove Quest, owned by Norman Legier of Shediac and Alan Jones of Riverview, New Brunswick, trained by Alan Jones, driven by David Dowling. 7 is Sensational Gal, owned by JD Racing Incorporated of Cornwall, trained by Nick Oakes, Gilles Barrio. 4 minutes to post time. Race Day Live continues with the new HPI app and how you can sign up in 3 easy steps.
Feel the thrill of the track, anytime, anywhere. Download the new HPI Bet app, and you're just minutes away from live racing action, including local tracks and across the globe. Simply download the new HPI Bet app from the App Store to gain access to AI-assisted smart picks, in-depth racing info, rewards, and more. Just follow these simple steps. 1. Download the app. 2. Fill out your info. 3. Start betting with the app. Enjoy fast, secure betting at your fingertips wherever you are. Get the new app from the App Store and bring the track with you.
Let's head out to the track for tonight's 4th race. Scratch the 5, Thinking of Eddie, Exactor, 20-cent Superfecta, Triactor, Win Place, and Show Wagering. Don't forget you can tag your ticket also with that Wild Horses jackpot at $25. There's a look at the 7, Sensational Gal, 4-year-old bay mare by Roll With It Harry for JD Racing Incorporated of Cornwall. Nick Oakes trains and Gilles Barrio in the bike. Started at Charlottetown October 23rd, left from 5. Finished 3rd, just beat by a length and a half. Race time 1:57.3, 28-4 closing quarter. Has 7 wins on the season, including a record of 156 flat, taking here at Summerside, and then equaled 3 starts back at Charlottetown. Sensational Gal from post 7 with Gilles Barrio, 7-2. Here's a look at the 2, Harlequin Romance, 5-year-old bay mare by He's Watching for Barry Bigger of Summerside. Jason Bigger trains and Paul Langell gets the call again tonight. Last start was last Tuesday night here. Head the rail, cut it all out. Finished in 2nd. Beat a length and a half. Race time 1:58.4, 30-2. Closing quarter. 30 starts on the season. 16 times in the top 3 with 5 wins and a 1:57.4 season's best. Right here at Summerside and over $14,000 in the bank. That's the 2, Harlequin Romance with Paul Langell, 7-1. And there's a look at the rail sitter, Tobin's Future, 5-year-old bay mare by Arthur Blue Chip for Jason Bigger and Robin Wilson of Muscush. Jason Bigger trains and Ryan DeRoche back in the bike tonight. Started here last Tuesday night, got a torturous trip from post 7, parked out the entire mile, finished 6th. Beaten by 4 lengths, 1:59.2, 30-4. Closing quarter. Start before that here was October the 14th, left from 3. Wire-to-wire winner by 3.5 in 1:57.4, 29-1. Closing quarter. Has 4 wins from 17 tries, 1:56.3 season's best. Right here at Summerside. On the rail tonight, Tobin's Future with Ryan DeRoche. Your current choice at even money. Let's have a quick look at the odds board for tonight's 4th race. Tobin's Future and Ryan DeRoche, 6-5. Harlequin Romance, Paul Langell at 7-1. No Fool Tobago, 3, and Kenny Murphy also at 7-1. The 4, Elm Grove Penny and Brody McPhee at 3-1. The 5 is Scratched. 6, Elm Grove Quest with David Dowling on your screen right now at 6-1. Rounding out the field, Sensational Gal with Gilles Barrio at 5-2. That's the field for tonight's 4th race. Good luck with your selections. Tonight's fourth race, scratched down to a field of 6. They're lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to Vance Cameron.
Tobin's Future, Harlequin Romance, No Fool Tobago, Elm Grove Penny, Elm Grove Quest, and Sensational Gal. Top of the stretch. Fourth race, ready for a start. Rough and pacing, and the stable mates are leaving out from the inside. Tobin's Future and Harlequin Romance. From the outside, Elm Grove Penny is third. To get away fourth is No Fool Tobago. Then the fifth one is Elm Grove Quest, and the early trailer in 6, Sensational Gal. They're quarter pole bound, led by Tobin's Future. In line to ride to rush. 2-hole ride goes to Harlequin Romance. Elm Grove Penny dropped in to be third. No Fool Tobago. She races from fourth. Then in fifth, it's Elm Grove Quest. And trailing the field, that is the post-time favorite, Sensational Gal, 28-4. The opening quarter straight alignment around the Paddock turn. On the point, that is Tobin's Future. Harlequin Romance, the 2-hole ride. Elm Grove Penny watches from third. Then No Fool Tobago fourth. Elm Grove Quest fifth. And Sensational Gal has some work to do. Continuing to trail, they're halfway home, led by Tobin's Future in 58 seconds flat. She'll lead over to the 5/8 on Harlequin Romance second, Elm Grove Penny third. Moving fourth on the outside, that's Elm Grove Quest. Up the rail, No Fool Tobago, and Sensational Gal on the outside 6. The 3/4 coming next. Tobin's Future the leader. Now Elm Grove Penny on the outside is first up, second. In the pocket third, Harlequin Romance. Then fourth from the outside and going 3 wide, Elm Grove Quest. 3/4 and 1. 28 flat. They're 3 wide and 2 tiers with an 1/8 of a mile to go. In at the rail, Tobin's Future. Elm Grove Penny between them. Elm Grove Quest. Sensational Gal. Set the camera up. All 6 of them are going to be in the shot. On the wire, Elm Grove Quest doubles up Dowling. Tight for the deuce, Harlequin Romance with Elm Grove Penny. Sensational Gal's also in that picture. Time for the miles in 1:58 and 1.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's fourth race. Tobin's Future insisted on cutting this one with rail control. 28-4, the half in 58. Down to 3/4 in 1:28. Here's a great shot by Universal Media as we see 6 of them across the track here. We got Elm Grove Future. We got Tobin's Future. We got Harlequin Romance. We got the 6 Elm Grove Quest on the outside here with the 4 Elm Grove Penny battling to the line. David Dowling's going to double up, go back-to-back tonight. Elm Grove Quest wins this in 1:58 and 1. 4th win of the season, 16th career. In there for second, that is the 4 Elm Grove Penny with the 2 Harlequin Romance in there for third. So it's 6-4-2 unofficially. In the 4th, we'll see Elm Grove Quest and David Dowling in the Woodmere Standardbreds winner circle next.
Elm Grove Quest on her way to the Woodmere Standardbreds winners circle here from the 4th race. Bay pacing mare 6 by Roll With It Harry from the Real Desire Dam Aquatic Lightning. Home and normal this year, Shediac and Alan Jones of Riverview, New Brunswick. Bred by Bobby Gordon of Elmsdale. Trained by Alan Jones, David Dowling second winner for the double. The mile in 1:58 and 1. Elm Grove Quest in the 4th.
This race replay is brought to you by Symes Horse Transport. Based in Nova Scotia and with over 20 years of experience, Chucky Symes would welcome the opportunity to transport your horses when you need them moved. Operating 2 rigs, Symes Horse Transport offers safe, feasible, and timely trucking in Canada and the U.S. Symes Horse Transport is a commercially covered horse carrier. They also buy and sell horses. To book a stall and to get a quote, call or text 902-664-7086 or email st.symes@gmail.com. Good luck racing.
Here's the official results now in the 4th race. Tobin's Future 5th. Harlequin Romance 3rd. No Fool Tobago 6th. Elm Grove Penny was 2nd. Thinking of Eddie was scratched. Elm Grove Quest, the race winner. Sensational Gal finished 4th. They went 28 and 4, 58, 128, and the mile was 158 and 1. In review, 5-3-6, 2 scratched, 1-4. Elm Grove Quest at 21.60 to win. The exactor was 76.90. The triactor honored the ticket 6-4 all at 115.80. There is a superfecta carryover.
Red Shores Racing features an early and late Super High 5 as part of the 2025 wagering menu. The Super High 5 is offered on race 5 and the last race of the program with the low 15% takeout. Customers can play the Super High 5 at both Red Shore, Summerside, and Charlottetown. And we'll slide the selectors into the screen for the upcoming 5th race. Field of 8. Vance and I and Lee Drake will be along with the Vance Cam momentarily. Presented by Results Advertising and Marketing. I like a 6-4-1. Backstretch beat going 6, 7, and 8. Classifiers choices 4, 5, 6 in the upcoming 5th race in 8 minutes. And there's a look at that very close photo from the tonight's fourth race, the place photo. You're seeing the 4 Elm Grove Penny just nipping Harlequin Romance on the line. Great photo by the Maritime Provinces Harness Racing Commission.
Fifth race, Super High Five, Pacers and Drivers on Parade. Brienne the Beauty won, owned by Eric Wilson of Dundas, Ontario, trained by Chris Davies. Kenny Murphy drives. 2 is Mockbrook Pro, owned by Paul Conway of Bon John, Zach Conway of Charlottetown. Paul does the training, and Zach will drive. Sweet Sylvia 3, Brett Clow in the driver's seat for owner-trainer Sylvia Hall Andrews, Nanaimo, British Columbia. 4 is Salisbrook Inferno, owned by Windermere Farms, Sterling Buchanan and Jack Quinn, trained by Earl Watts, Paul Langell. 5 is Dolly Sky, owned by Vance McMillan of West Cape, trained by Kyle DeRoche. Tonight, Devin Wallace. Princess Halo 6, owned by Garth Cole of Kensington and Junior Baglow of Freetown. Garth is the trainer. Brady Sweet drives. 7 is Timberlake Lady. Jacob Sweet trains and drives for the Timberlake Standardbreds of Alberton. Number 8 is Love Party, owned by Suzanne McKeegan of Albert Bridge, Nova Scotia, trained by Blaine McKenna, Ryan DeRage. 4 minutes to post time before we get our Super High Five selections tonight. Lee Drake, Red Shores Manager of Racing, Marketing and Sales, joins us for a special announcement.
Yeah, we have a special announcement tonight. Of course, I'm on the desk here with Rocky Skierman, and there it is, Vance. You knew on the way in tonight, because we couldn't hide the cake, but 48 years of calling races in the booth for Mr. Vance Cameron, and we wanted to pass along congratulations from harness racing fans here in Prince Edward Island, throughout North America, Vance, no doubt about that, and also from our General Manager David McKenzie, Michael McKinnon, our Chief Player Experience Officer, Dallas McCready, our President and CEO from Atlantic Lottery, of course, April 9, the entire team. Rocky, congratulations to you, Vance. 48 years is quite a soundtrack, and you remember when it all started.
Well, I was only 3. Don't get ahead of yourself there, buddy. But
look, you're all grown up now.
I'm all grown up now, but I did write up there a while back. 1977, Ziza Tata, I believe. Vance, correct me if I'm wrong. Ziza Tata, possibly your first call in 1977.
It was so. That was a trotting horse that Wally DL raced for his father. They stopped the clock on that night, guys, in 2:19 and 4.
Is that right? Yeah, 2:19 and 4. Well, you know what? So many great soundtracks over the years, Vance. I know you got a lot of calls today. Our friend, Hall of Famer Wally Hennessy, I know he reached out to you today, but it's always special. I know every time you come into the race booth, whether it's here in Summerside or Charlottetown or wherever it may be, you put 110% in it, and there must be a really special feeling when you can hit 48 years in the booth.
Well, you know what, Lee, when this all started back in 77, I never dreamt that 48 years later, a fellow would be up here talking to you, fine colleagues, and a pleasure to work with both of you on every night that we do our thing here for Standardbred Racing. And then after I got the 49 and 4 call, guys, I think that my book has been completed. All I want to do now is live long enough to see my grandson Bryce grow up.
Yeah. Well, you know what? It's wonderful. So many great moments, as I said, over the years. And even this year, Rocky, with all the track records, that's what's happening here. But I know Peter McPhee and the team here with Universum put together that special slate. We'll make sure it's framed for you. 48 years and counting.
Yeah, congratulations, Vance.
I want to thank you so much, and it's been such a pleasure and privilege to work for Atlantic Lottery on the end of this career, guys. It's really been special. Thank you.
We're heading out to the track. We'll pick up the Super High Five with Vance and Rocky here, live from Summerside.
You go ahead, Mr. Cameron.
Thank you, Rocky. Here in the fifth, I'm on to the 4, Salzbrook Inferno. This filly had 65 grand made last year, just under 10 this year. She has to come around. She hasn't faced company like she's going to face tonight. I like her on top. I'm going to 7, Timberly Lady, looking for a price. I like the 6, Princess Halo. Then it's the 1, Brienne the Beauty, and going to 8, Love Party to close it out. 4, 7, 6, 1, 8 from the booth. Gentlemen, your choices.
I'm going to go with the 6, Princess Halo. Brady Sweet aboard for the ride here tonight. 159-4, finishing 8th in her last start here last Tuesday night. For a second, I'll go to the 4, Salzbrook Inferno from the Earl Watts stable. Then I'll go to the rail, Brienne the Beauty, relative newcomer here to Summerside. Then I'll go to the 5. That's Dolly Sky, Devin Wallace aboard tonight. Rounded out with the 7, Timberly Lady with Jacob Sweet. 6, 4, 1, 5, 7 from the desk. Vance Cameron likes 4, 7, 6, 1, 8. Good luck and get in on the Super High 5.
And you know, Rocky, I love these super high fives here in Summerside as we'll move along tonight on that. So you guys get your selections there. And a couple more congratulations going out for the entire team here at both Summerside and Charlottetown Properties. I know April Myers tuning in, our assistant manager of racing and broadcast, and the entire race office team and everyone that works together with Vance. Happy 48th in the booth. Back with more in a few minutes.
Tonight's 5th race, full field of 8, lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. It's Super High 5 time. Let's go back upstairs to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Brienne the Beauty, Mockbook Pro, Sweet Sylvia, Salzbrook Inferno, Dolly Sky, Princess Halo, Timberly Lady, and Love Party are at the top of the stretch. Here they come. Off and facing to a beauty start in here. Salzbrook Inferno leaves out. Dolly Sky is going to lead them into the turn. Princess Halo will get away second. Brienne the Beauty's gone off stride at the rail. Now coming up on the outside for third, that is Timberly Lady. Salzbrook Inferno's away fourth. In fifth, Mockbrook Pro. The battle on the front end. Here comes Princess Halo to take over the lead for Brady Sweet. Racing from second is Dolly Sky at long odds. Up into third, that is Timberly Lady. They're at the quarter in a solid 28-1. Back into fourth, that is Salzbrook Inferno. Mockbrook Pros has fifth. Racing from sixth is Love Party. Then seventh is Sweet Sylvia. And Brienne the Beauty, the trailer. Opening half mile is the next station. And the leader there, Princess Halo and Sweet, they're halfway home. Second is Dolly Sky, racing from third. Timberly Lady closed up from fourth. Salzbrook Inferno halfway home time in 58-2. Over to the 5/8 next. Princess Halo the leader. Dolly Sky second. There goes Timberly Lady to the outside third. Coming up fourth on the outside is Love Party. Salzbrook Inferno doesn't have the step at the rail fifth. Moving up sixth, Brienne the Beauty. Mockbrook Pro seventh. On the outside eighth is Sweet Sylvia. They go by 3/4. Princess Halo still there from the outside. Timberly Lady the challenger. Dolly Sky in the pocket third. Fourth is Love Party 1:29 and 2 the 3/4 time. And now they're in the home stretch led by Princess Halo. Dolly Sky coming up the inside looking to upset them. Deep stretch now on the wire. Princess Halo wins for Brady Sweet. Dolly Sky was second. Love Party is up for third. And the time for the mile in 1:59.4. There's the judges' inquiry sign now on the infield tote board. Retain your tickets here in the 5th. Judges' inquiry underway.
Here comes the slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 5th race. Super high 5 time. Princess Halo gets to the front. 28-1, the half up, 58 and 2. Down to 3/4, 1:29 and 2. I thought Dolly Sky might go by this mare in the passing lane here, but not tonight as Brady Sweet and Princess Halo are winners here tonight in 1:59 and 4. 7th win of the season, 10th career. In for second is the 5, Dolly Sky. Up for third, that's the 8, Love Party. So it's 6-5-8 unofficially. In tonight's 5th race, we're going to see Princess Halo and Brady Sweet in the Woodmere Standardbridge Winner's Circle under an inquiry here in the 5th.
The judges' inquiry involves a break on number 1, Brienne the Beauty, in the first turn. Princess Halo on her way to the Woodmere Standardbridge Winner's Circle from tonight's 5th race. Pacing mare of 5 by Hilarious Halo off the Western Ideal Dam. Promise Me Hanover. On Garth Cole of Kensington and Junior Baglow of Freetown. Garth is the trainer and the breeder. Brady Sweet is in the driver's seat to guide the mare to her 10th lifetime victory tonight. The mile 1:59 and 4. Princess Halo in the Super High 5.
And there's a look at the inquiry underway in tonight's 5th race. You're seeing the 1, Brienne the Beauty, making a break, going around the turn. That's the judge's inquiry here in tonight's 5th race.
And the results of that judge's inquiry, no violations. Now the official results in race 5, Brienne the Beauty 5th, Mockbrook Pro 7th, Sweet Sylvia was 6th, Salzbrook Inferno finished 8th, Dolly Sky was 2nd, Princess Halo the race winner, Timberly Lady finished 4th, Love Party was 3rd. They went 28-1, 58-2, 129-2, and the mile in 159-4. In review, it's 5, 7, 6, 8, 2, 1, 4, 3. Princess Halo 270. The exactor 24.50. Triactor paid 285.80, and the super high 5 yet to be posted.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shore Summerside on a Tuesday night. I'm Rocky Skierman along with Vance Cameron bringing you all the action tonight. There's 5 races in the books of the 15 that are on tap tonight. Let's talk about James McDonald and the 2025 World Driving Championship. Prince Edward Island and all of Canada will be cheering on James McDonald at the 2025 World Driving Championship in New Zealand. The competition will take place from November the 2nd to the 11th, featuring harness racing drivers from 10 countries competing in a 6-leg tournament. Good luck to James McDonald as he represents Canada at the World Driving Championship in New Zealand. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 6th race. Field of 5, no show wagering in here. I'm going 3, 5, 1. Backstretch beat legs 1, 3, 5. Classifier's choices 5, 1, and 3 in tonight's 6th race in 7 minutes.
Race 6 on Post Parade, number 1, Tobin's April Fool. Owned and trained by Jeff Wallace of Elmsdale. Brady Sweet drives. Bugtown Nash 2 is owned by Adam Walsh of Charlottetown, trained by Brian Walsh, Robbie Chappell. Dusty Duke, number 3, owned by Norman Legier of Shediac and Alan Jones of Riverview, New Brunswick. Alan does the training, driven by David Dowling. 4 is Twin Turbo Diesel, owned by Joe Baxter, Marion and Joanne Stewart. Joe does the training, driven by Kenny Murphy. 5 is Starship Destiny, owned by Philip DeRoche, Vance McMillan, Leanne Moyer, and Ava Lett. Kyle DeRoche trains and drives. 4 minutes to post time. Ladies and gentlemen, management and staff with Red Shores, the Prince County Horsemen's Club, and the PEI harness racing industry would like to pay tribute to a member of our community who passed away since our last racing program. Our condolences to the family and friends of the late Walter Simmons. Walter was well known and loved throughout our harness racing family. His support and dedication to our industry will never be forgotten, along with one of his proudest moments as an owner, winning the 2020 Governor's Plate. Ladies and gentlemen, we ask you to please rise for a moment of silence for the late Walter Simmons. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Heading out to the track for tonight's 6th race. Field of 5 in here. Exactor, Triactor, Win in Place. No show wagering here. 20-cent Superfecta also offered. There's a look at that top selection. That's the 3. Dusty Duke, 3-year-old Black Colt by Militias for Norman Legier of Shediac and Alan Jones of Riverview, New Brunswick. Alan Jones, the trainer, he's looking to double up on the training side. David Dowling in the bike looking to triple up tonight. In the bike, last start was here last Tuesday night, left from 6, finished 4th, placed 3rd, 2:02 flat, 30-1 in the end of it for David Dowling. October the 14th here, left from 3, finished 3, race time 1:59 3, 30-1 closing quarter. Kenny Murphy was in the bike, 14th lifetime start tonight for the 3. Dusty Duke with David Dowling, 6-1. Here's a look at the 5. Starship Destiny, 4-year-old bay gelding by Source of Pride for Philip DeRoche, Vance McMillan, Leanne Moyer, and Ava Lett. Kyle DeRoche, the trainer and the driver. Last start last Tuesday night. Left on the rail was a wire-to-wire winner by 7 lengths in 2 minutes flat. Got the monkey off both their backs. First win of the season for Starship Destiny. Also for Kyle DeRoche, the driver. That was the second lifetime win for Starship Destiny. Post 5 tonight. Kyle DeRoche will drive. Right now, your current choice at 1-9. Here's a look at the rail sitter, Tobin's April Fool, 2-year-old brown gelding by Shanghai Phil for Jeff Wallace of Elmsdale, who's also the trainer. Brady Sweet in the bike. Last start was Tuesday night here. Left on the rail, a winner by 3/4 of a length in 2:03 4. That was a maiden record. Brady Sweet was in the bike, 11th lifetime start for Tobin's April Fool, getting that win. On the rail again tonight. Brady Sweet aboard, 11-1. Could Vance Cameron give me a call on the desk, please? Vance Cameron. Tonight's sixth race has a field of 5 lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's go back upstairs to Vance Cameron.
Tobin's April Fool, Bucktown Nash, Dusty Duke, Twin Turbo Diesel, and Starship Destiny. It's the 6th, and it's post time. The rough and pacing Dusty Duke, the first one out. Starship Destiny from the outside is second. Bugtown Nash will go to the turn third. Tobin's April Fool offside on the front end. Dusty Duke jumped it off early as they arrive at the 8th pole. And here is Starship Destiny to take over the lead for Kyle DeRoche on the outside. Dusty Duke back down facing second. Bugtown Nash in the pocket third. Back to fourth. That is Twin Turbo Diesel. And trailing the field, Tobin's April Fool by the opening quarter mile, led by Starship Destiny in 29 seconds flat. There goes the inquiry sign. Race number 6 now under a judge's inquiry. Off the paddock turn they come, and they're led by Starship Destiny. The long shot in the 2-hole is Bugtown Nash. Dusty Duke races from third, now fourth. Twin Turbo Diesel, and trailing this field, Tobin's April Fool. They're halfway home, led by the post-time favorite, Starship Destiny. And the midway point time, 58-2. Bugtown Nash goes second, Dusty Duke third, Twin Turbo Diesel tipping to the outside fourth, and Tobin's April Fool, the trailer, on the back stretch, and they go to three-quarters next. The leader, Starship Destiny. Bugtown Nash getting the ride in the 2-hole. Dusty Duke's in third. Fourth on the outside is Twin Turbo Diesel, and the trailer, that's Tobin's April Fool. The three-quarters in the books in 1:28-3, and it's all Starship Destiny in here. 1/8 of a mile out, and he's clear by 5. Bugtown Nash alone second. Dusty Duke in third. Deep in the stretch now, and this is Starship Destiny in line to Kyle DeRoche, all alone on the line. Second is Bugtown Nash. Dusty Duke will finish third. And the time for the mile, 1:58-1. And a reminder of the judge's inquiry, retain your tickets here in the 6th. Judge's inquiry.
Here comes the slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 6th race. And it's amazing how a horse will get confidence once they get a win. And Starship Destiny was a winner last week, and he's a winner tonight in a new record tonight as well. 29:58-2, 1:28-3, goes right down the road to win tonight in 1:58-1. That's a new life's record for Starship Destiny. In for second is the 2, Bugtown Nash. Dusty Duke gets in there for third. 5-2-3 unofficially here in the 6th. Under an inquiry, hold all tickets, and we'll see Starship Destiny and Kyle DeRoche in the Woodmere Standardbridge winner's circle next.
The judge's inquiry here in race 6 involves the break on 3, Dusty Duke. Starship Destiny going to the 6th race winner's circle, bay facing Gelding East 4 by Source of Pride. Off the westward hole, Hanover Dam, away west. Owned by Philip DeRoche, Vance McMillan, Leanne Moyer, and Ava Lett. Bred by Claude Portier. Kyle DeRoche trains and drives and guides the horse to a new pacing record tonight of 1:58. and 1. Starship Destiny goes back to back at Red Shores Summerside.
Here's a look at the judges' inquiry, what they're looking at into the first turn. You'll see the breaking horse. That's the 3, Dusty Duke. That's the judges' inquiry. Hold all tickets.
This race replay is brought to you by All Star Cresting, specializing in embroidery, screen print, promotional products, and on-site cresting featuring the newest technology, and one of the largest embroidery and screen printing departments in Atlantic Canada. For all your clothing and merchandise needs, email sales@allstarcresting.ca. At All Star Cresting, we got you covered.
Now the results of the 6-race judges' inquiry. Number 3, Dusty Duke, made the break on his own in the first turn, causing interference to numbers 2 and 5. Both those entries finishing ahead of number 3. There's no placings required. Now the official results from race 6. Tobin's April Fool, 5th. Bugtown Nash was 2nd. Dusty Duke finished 3rd. Twin Turbo Diesel, 4th. Starship Destiny, the race winner. They went 29, 58 and 2, 128 and 3, and the mile in 158 and 1. In review, it's 5-2-3, 4-1. Starship Destiny paid $230. The Exactor 35.30, the Triactor 34.10, and the Superfecta was 15.81.
We want to hear from you. Take our short guest survey by visiting Redshores.ca/survey and let us know about your most recent visit to Red Shores. Guests who complete the survey are entered into a monthly draw for a chance to win a $50 dining card. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 7th race. Note number 6, J.J. Patrick's last start last Tuesday here. The driver was Brady Sweet. I like a 2-5-1 in here, backstretch beat at 5-2 and 1. And the classifier's choice is 5-1-6 in the upcoming 7th race in 6 minutes.
Wild River Coyote will lead the 7th race post parade, owned by Corey and Laura Walsh of Springton, trained by Brian Walsh, Corey McPherson driving. 2 is Starship Zodiac, owned by Robbie Williams of Poplar Grove, and Reese Williams of Summerside, trained by Robbie Williams, David Dowling drives. 3 Bold and Bad, owned and trained by Dina Clove, New Haven, Brett Clough up. 4 Century Invictus, owned by Matty Rogers of Summerside. Norris Rogers trains and drives. Five Marley's Boys, owned by Wade Piccone of Stanchel, trained by Earl Watts, Paul Langell. J.J. Patrick 6 is owned by Mark Glenn and Rick Armstrong of Summerside. Rick does the training. Brady Sweet up. 7 Bet the Bull, owned by Martin Keffer of Elmwood, Ontario, trained by James Barlow. Robbie Chappell drives. 3 minutes to post time. Join us for Happy Hour at Redshores Summerside every Wednesday night from 7 to 8. Customers can enjoy free appetizers on the gaming floor while supplies last.
Let's head out to the track for tonight's 7th race. Field of 7, Exactor, 20-cent Superfecta, Triactor, Win Place and Show Wagering. Landing on the 2, Starship Zodiac, 6-year-old Big Yelling by Control of the Moment for Robbie Williams of Poplar Grove and Reese Williams of Summerside. Robbie Williams trains. David Dowling in the bike. He's got 2 wins. Looking for win number 3 tonight. Was scratched last Tuesday night. The start that jumps out to me was September the 9th, right here at Summerside. Left in the back tier, post 9. A winner by a head in 156 and 4. 29 and 3 closing quarter. David Dowling was in the bike. And he's in the bike tonight of the 2, Starship Zodiac. Right now, 4-1. There we see the 5, Marley's Boy, 4-year-old Big Yelling by Better Than Cheddar for Wade Piccone of Stanchel, who's also the breeder. Earl Watts is the trainer, and Paul Angel will do the driving. Started at Charlottetown, October the 18th, left on the outside 8, finished 6th, 159 and 4, 29 and 4 closing quarter. Right here at Summerside, October the 14th, left from 3, was a winner by a quarter of a length in 158 and 2, closing it out in 29 and 3. Adam Murner was in the bike. On the 5, Marley's Boy with Paul Angel tonight, your current choice at 3-4. And with rail control, there is Wild River Coyote, 8-year-old brown gelding by Shadow Play for Corey and Laura Walsh of Springton. Brian Walsh, the trainer, Corey McPherson in the bike. Started here Tuesday night, back tier, post 9, finished 7th, just beat 3.5, 159 and 3. 31 and 3 closing quarter. Paul Angel was in the bike. 3 back. October the 6th here. Had the rail. Right down the road. A winner by a length and a quarter in 157 and 3. 30 seconds flat. Closing quarter. That was his 11th lifetime win. On the rail tonight, Wild River Coyote with Corey McPherson. 5-2. Let's have a look at the odds board for tonight's 7th race. A field of 7. Wild River Coyote, Corey McPherson at 5-2. Starship Zodiac 2 and David Dowling at 7-2. Bold and Bad is 3 with Brett Clough at 15-1. The 4, Century Invictus with Norris Rogers at 9-1. Marley's Boy is 5 and Paul Angel at 4-5. The 6, J.J. Patrick with Brady Sweet at 11-1. Rounding out the field on the outside 7, Bet the Bull with Robbie Chappell at 21-1. That's a look at the field for tonight's 7th race. Good luck with your plays. Last call, 50-50. Last call, 50-50. Isabella's up here in the oval right now. Last call, 50-50. Tonight's seventh race as a field of 7 lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Wild River Coyote, Starship Zodiac, Bold and Bad, Century Invictus, Marley's Boy, J.J. Patrick, Bet the Bull, top of the stretch. Here they come. Rough and pacing Wild River Coyote, the first one out. Second is Starship Zodiac. They're outside. Century Invictus third. Bold and Bad will get away fourth. Then in fifth, it's Bet the Bull. Then Marley's Boy in sixth. And J.J. Patrick seventh. Up the backstretch for time one. Wild River Coyote on the lead here for Corey McPherson. Tightening up second, that's Starship Zodiac. Century Invictus dropped in to be third. Racing from fourth is Bold and Bad. Bet the Bull's in fifth. Racing from sixth is Marley's Boy. And the trailer seventh, J.J. Patrick. They were at the quarter in 28 and 4. And now they're in straight alignment, rounding the paddock turn for the first time. Led by Wild River Coyote. In the 2-hole, it's Starship Zodiac. Century Invictus third. Backfield in motion now. Bet the Bull is taken over fourth. On the outside and following the cover on the outside fifth is Marley's Boy. Bold and Bad sixth, and on the outside seventh, that is J.J. Patrick. Halfway home in the seventh, and they were there in 58 and 2. Rounding the turn, approaching 5/8, and the unchallenged leader, Wild River Coyote. Getting the 2-hole ride is Starship Zodiac. Bet the Bull between horses third. 3 wide, there goes Marley's Boy fourth. J.J. Patrick swinging out 3 wide. He'll pick up fifth. Century Invictus sixth. 3 wide seventh. That's Bold and Bad. On past the 3/4. Wild River Coyote gives up the lead to Marley's Boy late. 3/4 up, 129 flat. And as they turn for home, Marley's Boy takes over the lead. Wild River Coyote second. Starship Zodiac up the rail. J.J. Patrick is there on the wire next. Marley's Boy and Paul Angel. Starship Zodiac second. J.J. Patrick will finish third. And the time for the mile in 1:58 and 1.
Here comes the slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 7th race. Wild River Coyote used rail control to his advantage, 28-4, the half in 58 and 2. Down to 3/4 in 129. Here's the stretch drive. Wild River Coyote just couldn't carry Starship Zodiac close enough for me to get him up the inside here as Marley's Boy was already gone. And Marley's Boy is going to win this one for the second time of the season, 8th career in 1:58 and 1. In for second, that is Starship Zodiac. J.J. Patrick in there for third. 5-2-6 unofficially. In tonight's 7th race, we're going to see Marley's Boy and Paul Angel in the Woodmere Standard Bridge Winner's Circle next.
There's Marley's Boy on his way to the Woodmere Standardbred Winner's Circle from tonight's 7th race. Bay pacing gelding 4, but better than Cheddar off the Western Ideal Dam Private Joke. A homebred of Way Piconis of Stanchel, trained by Earl Watts. Paul Langell picks up the winning drive in 1:58 and 1. Marley's Boy in the 7th.
This race replay on Channel 2 on your in-house monitor is brought to you by Syntrack Print and Graphic Inc. Mention this ad and receive $20 off your first order of 500 or more full-color business cards. Syntrack, 59 Watts Avenue in the Business Park.
Now the official results in race 7, Wild River Coyote 4th, Starship Zodiac was 2nd, Bold and Bad 6th, Century Invictus finished 5th, Marley's Boy the race winner, J.J. Patrick was 3rd, Bet the Bull finished 7th, fractions of 28 and 4, 58 and 2, 129, and the mile 158 and 1. From the top, your program reads 426-5137. Marley's Boy returning $4.80. The exactor $12, triactor $68, and the super factor was $7.59.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shore Summerside on a Tuesday night. I'm Rocky Skierman along with Vance Cameron bringing you all the action tonight. 7 races in the books. The 8th race coming up is the backup class tonight. Good looking field of 5 in the upcoming 8th race. Let's talk about the Ultimate Guest Experience Thursdays in the Top of the Park at Charlottetown. Join us Thursdays in the Top of the Park for the Ultimate Guest Experience. This offer includes an all-you-can-eat buffet, live racing action, $10 casino free play coupon, and a $5 wagering voucher. One great package for one great price of $35.95 plus tax. For more information on the Ultimate Guest Experience, visit Redshores.ca. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 8th race, field of 5. I like 2-5-1, as does the classifier. Backstretch beat going 2-1-3 in the 8th race in 7 minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, in race number 15, tonight's finale, there is no super high 5 wagering available. Race 15 tonight does not feature the super high 5. Condition and preferred pacers for the 8th race. They're on post parade. Number 1, Doc Awesome. Home by Darla McCachran, Alan Goody, and Mike Cameron of Summerside. Trained by Darla McCachran, driven by David Dowling. TH Boomtown, number 2, owned by Dr. Don Ling and Wayne McDougall of Stratford. Trained by Ron Matheson, Gilles Barriel. American Risk is 3, owned by Risky Biz Group of Truro, Nova Scotia. Trained by George Renison, Brady Sweet driving. 4 is Sobble Attack, owned by Paul Vigor of Tyne Valley and Don Callbeck of Summerside. Paul does the training. Kenny Murphy drives. Number 5 is Brookdale Johnny, owned by Douglas and Doug Pauley of Amherst, Nova Scotia. Trained by Phil Sizer. Paul Langell aboard. 3 minutes. 2 post time for Backstretch Pete. Winning post positions, driver profiles, and free race programs. Visit the Red Shores Player Portal.
Let's head out to the track for tonight's 8th race. This is our feature here on a Tuesday night. I kind of overlooked that. I looked at the 14th race tonight thinking it was the feature, but this is our feature race tonight on a 15-race program. Landing on the 2 in here, TH Boomtown, 4-year-old bay gelding by Captain Crunch for Dr. Don Ling and Wayne McDougall of Stratford. Ronnie Matheson trains, and Jill Barry in the bike looking for win number 2 tonight. Started at Charlottetown October the 18th, left on the rail, a winner by a head in 1:56.2, 28.4 closing quarter. Start before that, October the 12th at Charlottetown from post 2, wired, cut it out, finished second, just beat a length and a quarter, 1:52.2, closing it out in 28.1, finishing second to Malignity in there. 4 wins on the season, 15 times in the top 3 from 22 starts, and over $34,000 in the bank. Took a record of 153.3 at Woodbine Mohawk Park. TH Boomtown from post 2 with Jill Barrio at 3-5. There we go. Look at the 5. Brookdale Johnny, 5-year-old bay gelding by Rockin' in Heaven for Doug Polly and Doug Polly Jr. of Amherst, Nova Scotia. Phil Sizer is the trainer. Paul Angel in the bike looking for win number 2 tonight. Last start was here October the 14th. Left from 6, a winner by a neck in 1:55.1, 28.2 closing quarter. That capped off 3 wins in a row and the 9th win of the season, 21st career for Brookdale Johnny. Paul Angel in the bike tonight from post 5, 2-1. And there's a look at the rail sitter, Doc Awesome, 5-year-old bay gelding by All Bets Off for Darla McCachran, Alan Goody, and Mike Cameron. Darla McCachran, the trainer, David Dowling in the bike looking for win number 3 tonight. Last start was here last Tuesday night from post 6, a winner by a length and 3/4 in 1:55.3, 29.1 closing quarter. 3rd win of the season, 11th career for Doc Awesome, who's on the rail tonight with David Dowling at 3-1. Tonight's 8th race has a field of 5 lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Doc Awesome, TH Boomtown, American Risk, Sobble Attack, and Brookdale Johnny. Now at the top of the stretch. Bringing you the featured on a Tuesday night a little early. It's 8th race post time. Off and facing Doc Awesome at the rail, the first call. Second is American Rest. They're outside. Sobble Attack third. TH Boomtown's away fourth, followed by the trailer. That is Brookdale Johnny. Up the backstretch they go, guarding the cones. Doc Awesome out in front for David Dowling. Away second, American Rest now in third. That's Sobble Attack. Fourth at the rail is TH Boomtown, and then the trailer. That is Brookdale Johnny. They arrived at the quarter, led by Doc Awesome and Dowling in 28 seconds flat, and they lead by 2. Second, American Risk, then in third. That's Sobble Attack. TH Boomtown is fourth, and Brookdale Johnny sees them all fifth. Down the stretch they come, led by Doc Awesome, and he's opened up a clear 4 at the midway point. Second, American Risk, then in third, Sobble Attack. Fourth is TH Boomtown. Brookdale Johnny continuing to trail. 57 seconds flat for the half mile. Loose on the lead with 3/8 to go. Doc Awesome. Second, American Risk. On the outside third. That's Sobble Attack. Fourth is TH Boomtown. Brookdale Johnny the trailer. 3/4 comes next. All alone at that station. Doc Awesome. Sobble Attack now is taking over second. TH Boomtown is coming third. 3/4 in 1:26 flat. 1/8 of a mile left to go. Doc Awesome trying to see it through. Sobble Attack is second. Third, that's TH Boomtown on the outside. Brookdale Johnny. Deep stretch now. And Doc Awesome bringing his A-game. Sobble Attack in the final stride will get up for Kenny Murphy with TH Boomtown, then Doc Awesome, followed by Brookdale Johnny and American Risk in the feature. 1:55 flat.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 8th race. Doc Awesome went to the front 28, the half in 57, 3/4 in 1:26, and here's the stretch drive. And folks, I hit the table when this horse won this race because I love seeing this horse win. I didn't pick him, but he gets the job done tonight. Sobble Attack and Kenny Murphy in 1:55. That's his 4th win of the season, 27th career. Kenny Murphy in the bike for the win tonight. In for second is the 2, TH Boomtown. Doc Awesome is third. It's 4-2-1 unofficially. In the 8th, we're going to see Sobble Attack and Kenny Murphy in the Woodmere Standardbridge Winner's Circle next.
Well, I know when I talked with Rocky and Lee earlier about my first race call going in 2:19 and 4, And the strangest thing I've ever seen on my 48th anniversary in the booth is this horse being the longest shot on the tote board here at Summerside, incredibly, at $32.30. That is Sobble Attack, and he's going to the winner's circle here in our featured eighth. Sobble Attack, Bay Pacing Gelding. He's 7 by Bettor's Delight. From the Up the Credit Dem, Ambrosia Sealster, owned by Paul Bigger of Tyne Valley and Don Callbeck of Summerside. Paul does the training, bred by Sobble Hill Farms. Kenny Murphy will guide him to victory tonight in 155 flat. Sobble Attack in an 8th race. Shocker! By the tote board, it's the Tuesday night feature, 155, Sobble Attack for Murphy and Bigger.
This race replay is brought to you by the new 1888 Lounge at Red Shores. The 1888 Lounge is perfect for your corporate meetings, parties, or presentations. Contact Rebecca in our Sales and Events Division for more information on the new 1888 Lounge upper level at Red Shores.
Now the official results from the 8th race. Doc Awesome 3rd. T.H. Boomtown was 2nd. American Risk 5th. Sobble Attack the race winner. Brookdale Johnny finished 4th. Fractions of 28. 57. 126. And the mile was 155. From the top, your program reads 325. 1-4. Sobble Attack paid $32.30 to win. The exactor 155.80, the triactor 126.30, and the superfecta was 46.86.
Free Wi-Fi is available at Red Shores for our guests, and you can sign up for betting free at hpibet.com. Wager $100 in the first 30 days and receive a deposit for $100. Just click on Red Shores Guest when searching for Wi-Fi in your settings page. Just another way to enjoy your guest experience at Red Shores with free Wi-Fi and using your smartphone to place your bet at hpibet.com. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 9th race. There's a shot of the Atlantic Post Calls Paddock Cam. I'm going 4.56, as is the classifier backstretch speed at 4.65 in tonight's 9th race in 8 minutes. Time to get your 50-50 draw tickets ready. The winning number for $327 is 207504. For $327, the winning number is 207504. Good luck.
Ninth race on Post Parade. Number 1 is Pineapple Express, owned, trained, and driven by Willie McKay of Bridalbin. Number 2 is Hemingway, Brett Clough driving for owner-trainer Abby Clough, Cornwall. Get Home Terry 3 is owned by Edgar Stewart and Tyler McDonald of Ellerslie, trained by Edgar Stewart, Kenny Murphy. Well Did number 4, owned by the Well Did stable of Lower Onslow, Nova Scotia. Paul Angel trains and drives. 5 is Brookdale Jim, owned by Douglas and Doug Pauley of Amherst, Nova Scotia, trained by Phil Sizer, Corey McPherson. Number 6 is 2 Points, owned by Peter Dunham from Moncton, New Brunswick, trained by Chris Davies, David Dowling. Number 7, Mr. William, owned by Suzanne McKeegan and Mike James, trained by Blaine McKenna, Ryan DeRoss drives. 3 minutes to post time. The Grand in Your Hand promotion is now underway at Red Shores Summerside. Players have a chance to win the grand prize of $1,000 cash on November 11th. For more details, go to Redshores.ca.
And let's head out to the track for tonight's 9th race. Exactor 20-cent Superfecta, Triactor, Win Place, and Show Wagering. Landing on the 4, Well Did, 14-year-old bay gelding by Well Said for Well Did stable of Lower Onslow, Nova Scotia. Paul Angel is the trainer and the driver. 4 wins on the season from 19 tries, 156 season's best taken at Charlottetown on September the 20th for Paul Angel. Last start, October 18th at Charlottetown from post 6. Finished 5th, 2:01.2, closing it out 30 seconds flat. The start before that, October the 12th at Charlottetown from post 2, finished 5th, 155.1 with a closing quarter, a snappy 27.3. It's Well Did from post 4 with Paul Angel, 2-1. And there we get a peek at the 5, Brookdale Jim, 11-year-old bay gelding by Articulator for Doug Polly and Doug Polly Jr. of Amherst, Nova Scotia. Phil Sizer trains and Corey McPherson gets the call tonight. Started here last Tuesday night from post 2 and finished 5th, 158.3, 29.4 closing quarter. Look 3 down to the start here October the 6th from post 6, finished 4th, just being length and 3/4. Race time 156.3 with a closing quarter in 28.3. 2 wins on the season, 157.4 season's best. Right here at Summerside on September the 21st for Paul Angel. With a closing quarter that night of 29.4, it's Brookdale Jim from post 5 with Corey McPherson aboard at 2-1. And there we see the 6, 2 points. 5-year-old Big Yelling by Deuce Sealster for Peter Dunham of Moncton, New Brunswick. Chris Davies now the trainer. David Dowling knows this horse quite well. He had him in his barn for a bit. Last start was October the 13th at Northside Downs from post 2. He finished third, 159 and 4, 31 and 1 closing quarter. Mark Pazzarello was in the bike. 3 wins on the season from 22 tries, 158 and 4 season's best. At Northside Downs in Sydney, it's 2 points from post 6 with David Dowling. Your current choice at 3 to 5. Tonight's 9th race has a field of 7, and they're lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Pineapple Express, Hemingway. Get Home Terry, well did. Brookdale Jim, 2 points. Mr. William, top of the stretch. Here they come. Rough and pacing. Brookdale Jim, the first call to his outside, 2 points. Well did. It's the third one as they make their way round the turn. To get away fourth is Pineapple Express. Then the fifth one is Get Home Terry. Away 6, Hemingway. And the early trailer, Mr. William, the quarter pole down. And that is Brookdale Jim in line to Corey McPherson by 2. Well did got away second. 2 points. Has dropped in third. Racing from fourth. That's Pineapple Express. Get Home Terry is fifth. Then racing from 6, that is Hemingway. Mr. William is 7th. They opened it up in a solid 28 and 1. Brookdale Jim, the lively leader with McPherson. Well did is second, 2 points third. Back to fourth. That is Pineapple Express. Racing from 5th, that's Get Home Terry. Followed then by Hemingway and the trailer, Mr. William. They're halfway home now, led by Brookdale Jim. He's the midway point leader in 57 and 1. They're rolling here, going to the 5-8, and they're chasing Jim and Corey. Well did is second. There goes 2 points, sent to the outside third. Pineapple Express now racing fourth. Fifth on the outside is Get Home Terry. Then in 6, it's Hemingway. Trailing the field, that is Mr. William. They arrive at 3/4. Brookdale Jim is still there. 2 points, and outside second. Well did at the rail third. 3/4 in 1. 27-3. 1/8 of a mile left to go. Brookdale Jim at the rail, the leader. 2 points on the outside second. Well did moves into the passing lane third. Deep stretch now. Coming to the wire. 2 points. Well did at the rail in Langeau. 2 points second. Brookdale Jim third. And the time for the mile, 1:57.4.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 9th race. And we saw Brookdale Jim and Corey McPherson go to the front, 28-1, the half up, 57-1, down to 3/4 in 1:27.3. 2 points came first over, and they battled from that point right down to the wire here. And you'll see, well did, can he ever scoot down that passing lane? And he knows how to win, folks. That's his 5th win of the season, 63 wins career for well did. Paul Angel doubles up tonight. The mile in 1:57.4. In for second, that is 2 points with Brookdale Jim in there for third. It's the backstretch beat Nicholas Oakes triactor here in the 9th race. We're going to see well did and Paul Angel. They're going to the Woodmere Standardbridge Winner Circle next. Tonight's winner of the 50-50 draw, Adam Johnson from Truro. Congratulations.
This horse has had a tremendous career, and he has to retire in just 2 months, but he'll go to the winner's circle for the 63rd time tonight here in Summerside. Speaking of well did here in the 9th. Bay Pacing Gelding 14 by Well Said off the Blissful Hall Dam, Marnie Hall. Owned by Well Did Stable of Lower Onslow, Nova Scotia. Bred by Daniel Pulf and John Desereau of Quebec. Paul Angel training and driving. Paul's 2nd driving victory tonight for the double. The veteran campaigner stops the clock in 1:57.4. Well did doubles up Paul Angel in the 9th. Now the official results from the 9th race: Pineapple Express 4th, Hemingway was 6th, Get Home Terry 7th. Well did the race winner. Brookdale Jim finished 3rd. 2 points was 2nd. Mr. William finished 5th. They went 28-1, 57-1, 127-3. and the mile in 1:57 and 4. In review, your program reads 4:67, 1:3.25. Well did paid 4:30. The exactor 12:20, the triactor 15:10, and the superfecta was 5:86.
In the upcoming 10th race, number 5, Hands Off, Nose In, removes the Pelling pacifier. Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shores Summerside on a Tuesday night. I'm your host, Rocky Skirman. Vance Cameron in the booth calling all the action tonight. Let's talk about the Red Shores Celtic Christmas in the top of the park. Red Shores Charlottetown is proud to present a Celtic Christmas with the Ross family on Friday, November 21st. Tickets are $55 plus tax and gratuity for this special evening of entertainment and 3-course meal. For more details and to purchase tickets, visit Redshores.ca or call the top of the park at 902-620-4264. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 10th race. Note the equipment change on number 5, Hands Off, Nose In, removes the Pelling pacifier. I like 2, 4, 3, backstretch beat going 2, 3, and 1. Classifier's choice is 3, 4, 2 in tonight's 10th race in 7 minutes.
Pacers and their drivers for the 10th race on Post Parade. Brookdale Thomas won, home with Douglas and Doug Pauley of Amherst, Nova Scotia. Trained by Phil Sizer, Paul Angel. 2 is Dr. Grenfell, owned by Milton Young of Paradise, Newfoundland. Trained by Nick Oakes, Gilles Barrio. Twisted Joke, number 3, owned by the Ultimate Stable at Greater Lakeburn, New Brunswick. Trained by Sifwa Melanson, Kyle Mason. Brookdale George, number 4, owned by Douglas and Doug Pauley of Amherst, Nova Scotia. Trained by Phil Sizer, Corey McPherson. Hands Off, Nose In, number 5, owned and trained by Ralph Street of O'Leary. Jacob Sweet driving. 4 minutes to 10th race post time. You're watching Race Day from Summerside, PEI. Stand by for a message from HPIBet.com.
Love horse racing? HPIBet.com is Canada's leader in online horse betting. Access thousands of live races from hundreds of tracks worldwide instantly. Enjoy the most advanced betting tools like AI Smart Picks and exclusive cashback rewards you won't get anywhere else. Join today and get up to $100 in free bets. Get the ultimate horse betting experience with HPIBet.com.
Let's head over to the track for tonight's 10th race. Exactor, Triactor, win in place. No show wagering in here. 20-cent superfecta also offered. There's a look at the two. Dr. Grenfell. 5-year-old Brown Gelding by Shadow Play for Milton Young of Paradise, Newfoundland. Nick Oakes trains and Jill Barrio in the bike, looking for his second win tonight. Last start in Charlottetown, October the 18th, had the rail. There's a winner by a length and a half in 1:59 and 3, 28 and 3 closing quarter on a good track. Jill Barrio was in the bike. That was his third win of the season from 26 tries. Took a record of 1:55 and 2. If you look 4 back to Charlottetown, September the 27th, 28 and 4 closing quarter. Adam Murner was in the bike for that one. Is Dr. Grenfell from post 2 with Jill Barrio, your current choice at 1-4. Here we get a peek at the 4. Brookdale George, 4-year-old bay gelding by Always Be Mickey for Doug Polly and Doug Polly Jr. of Amherst, Nova Scotia. Phil Sizer trains. Corey McPherson in the bike. Started here at Charlottetown, on October the 18th. Left from 3 and finished 4th. 2 minutes and 1/5 on the good track. 28 and 4 closing quarter. Still looking for that first win of 2025. It could be tonight. It's Brookdale George from post 4. Corey McPherson will drive tonight, and right now they're 5-2. And there we get a look at the 3. Twisted Joke, 4-year-old bay gelding by McWickett for the Ultimate Stable of Greater Lakeburn, New Brunswick. Sifwa Melanson is the trainer, and Kyle Mason will do the driving. Started here last Tuesday night, left on the rail, and was a winner by a length and 3/4 in 1:58 and 4. That was a new race win record, 28 and 2 closing quarter. David Dowling was in the bike, 4th win of his career for Twisted Joke from post 3 with Kyle Mason at 5-2. Tonight's 10th race has a field of 5. They're lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Brookdale Thomas, Dr. Grenfell, Twisted Joke, Brookdale George, hands off, nose in. It's the 10th on the gate at the top of the stretch. They're approaching a start. Ralphin facing Brookdale Thomas at the rail is leading them out. Dr. Grenfell between horses that they're outside. Hands off, nose in. Third one around the turn. To get away fourth is Twisted Joke in the early trailer fifth. That is Brookdale George, the quarter full bound, led by Brookdale Thomas in line to Paul Angel. Second is Dr. Grenfell settling up third. That's hands off, nose in. Fourth is Twisted Joke, and the trailer fifth, Brookdale George, rolling along here, led by Brookdale Thomas and Langell, 28 and 3. They lead by 2. Dr. Grenfell on the turn is second. Hands off, nose in. Looks after third. Twisted Joke comes out of the turn fourth, followed by the trailer fifth. That is Brookdale George. Straight alignment, and they're halfway home in tonight's 10th race, led by Brookdale Thomas. 2-hole ride to Dr. Grenfell, then in third. Hands off, nose in. There goes Brookdale George underway fourth. Now the trailer, Twisted Joke, 58 and 2, the halfway home time, 3/8 of a mile to go, and on the front end, Brookdale Thomas will take him to the back stretch. Second is Dr. Grenfell. On the outside and moving up third is Brookdale George. In at the rail, hands off, nose in is fourth, and then the trailer, that is Twisted Joke. The 3/4 completed. Brookdale Thomas has not seen a challenger. 3/4 of a mile in 1:28 and 2, and they're turning for home, led by Brookdale Thomas. In the 2-hole, Dr. Grenfell. Third is hands off, nose in, deep stretch. Now, Dr. Grenfell in the final strides with Berrio. Brookdale Thomas did all the work. He's second. Hands off, nose in, will finish third. 1:56.30.
Here comes the slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 10th race. Brookdale Thomas and Paul Angel took them through fractions of 28-3, the half in 58 and 2. 1:28 and 2 to 3/4 head of the stretch. He still looked like a winner, but here is the deep stretch replay, and we're seeing Dr. Grenfell and Jill Berrio. Berrio's going to double up tonight. They're going to drive on by to win this in 1:56 and 3. Good effort tonight. Brookdale Thomas did all the work on the front end. He is second. Up for third, that's the 5. Hands off, nose in. We got 2:15 unofficially in tonight's 10th race. We'll see Dr. Grenfell and Jill Berrio. They're in the Woodmere Standard Bridge Winner's Circle next.
Dr. Grenfell on his way to the Woodmere Standard Bridge Winners Circle from tonight's 10th race, facing Brown Gelding 5 by Shadow Play off the Cam's Card Shark Dam game table. Owned by Milton Young of Paradise, Newfoundland, bred by Winback Farm. Trained by Nick Oakes, Jill Berrio, second winner on the night for the double, and the horse picks up his 5th lifetime victory tonight. The miles in 1:56 and 3. Dr. Grenfell and the Berrio double in the 10th. Now the official results from race 10, Brookdale Thomas was second. Dr. Grenfell, the race winner. Twisted Joke was fourth. Brookdale George finished fifth. Hands Off Nose In was third. 28 and 3, 58 and 2, 128 and 2, and the Mild in 156 and a 3. From the top, your program reached 21453. Dr. Grenfell 290. The Exactor 630, Triactor 4710, and the Superfactor was 631.
Rewards Club members who play the slots in Charlottetown with their Rewards Club card inserted will earn 2 times the points every Tuesday and Thursday in October. Points are automatically added to the player's account based on their play. For more information and to sign up to become a Rewards Club member, visit Redshores.ca. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 11th race. Note the scratch of number 2, Almost There Boss. I like 154, backstretch speed at 137. Class first choice is 163 in the 11th race in 8 minutes.
Tonight's the 11th race on post grade. Number 1 is Good Omen, owned by Roseanne Langell and Ellie Driscoll of Lower Onslow, Nova Scotia. Paul Langell trains and drives. 2 Almost There Boss has been scratched. Number 3 is Solid Silver. Corey McPherson driving for owner-trainer Stacy Darragh, Stratford. KD Overdrive number 4, owned by White Rabbit Racing of Moncton, New Brunswick. Kyle Mason trains and drives. Western Delight number 5 is owned by Colin Murphy of Albany and Luke Burke of Donaldson. Luke does the training. Tonight, David Dowling. 6 is Hunger Pangs, owned by Suzanne McKeegan of Albert Bridge, Nova Scotia. Trained by Blaine McKenna. Ryan DeRoss drives. Number 7 is McLand, owned by Michael Dubé from St. Louis, Quebec. Chris Davies is the trainer, driven by Kenny Murphy. 3 minutes to post time. Follow Red Shores' official social media platforms on Facebook, X, and Instagram to get the most accurate, up-to-date information on racing, casinos, and restaurants.
Let's head over to the track for tonight's 11th race. Scratch the 2, Almost There Boss. Scratch down to a field of 6. Exactor, 20-cent Superfecta. Triactor, Win Place and Show Wagering. Landing on the rail sitter, Good Omen. 4-year-old Bay Gelding by Better Than Cheddar for Roseanne Langell and Ellie Driscoll. Paul Langell is the trainer and the driver, looking for win number 3 tonight. This horse first start on Lasix. Last start in Charlottetown, October the 12th. Left from 6th and finished 4th. Just beat length. Race time 1:56.2, 28-3 closing quarter. Still looking for that first win of 2025. I think it'll come tonight. It's Good Omen on the rail with Paul Langell. Your current choice at 1-9. And there's a look at the 5, Western Delight. 13-year-old Bay Gelding by Better's Delight for Colin Murphy of Albany and Luke Burke of Donaldson. Luke Burke is the trainer with David Dowling in the bike tonight. Last start in Charlottetown, September 14th. Left from 2 and finished 3rd. 158 flat, 29-1 closing quarter. 5 wins on the season from 24 starts and a 155-2 snappy season's best. Right here at Summerside. 5 is Western Delight with David Dowling. Good odds, 98-1. And there's a look at the 4, KD Overdrive, 12-year-old Bay Gelding by Chemistic for White Rabbit Racing of Moncton, New Brunswick. Kyle Mason is the trainer and the driver. Started here last Tuesday night from post 4 and finished 6th. Race time 1:58.3, 30-1 closing quarter for Brody McPhee. 3 starts back, September 28th, Truro Raceway from post 3 was a winner by 2 in 1:57.2, 30-1 closing quarter for Kyle Mason. Has 4 wins on the season, a season's best of 157 flat. At Truro Raceway on the 4, KD Overdrive with Kyle Mason, 39-1. Tonight's 11th race, scratched down to a field of 6, and they're lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Good Omen, Solid Silver, KD Overdrive, Western Delight, Hunger Fangs, McLand outside. Top of the stretch. Here they come. Rough and pacing, leaving out its Hunger Pangs between horses. Solid Silver up the rail. Good Omen will stack them up as they round the turn. To get away fourth is Katie Overdrive. McLand now fifth, and the trailer, Western Delight. Up the backstretch of the quarter pole, guarding the cones. Good Omen and Paul Langell at 1-9. They're the chalk on the lead. Second, that is Solid Silver racing from third. That's Hunger Pangs. Now fourth is Katie Overdrive. McLand has fifth, and off stride in the backfield. Western Delight, they're at the quarter in 28-4. Rounding the paddock turn for the first time, led at the 3/8 by Good Omen and Langell. In the 2-hole, that is Solid Silver. Hunger Fangs comes out of the turn third. Katie Overdrive is fourth. McLand fifth. Western Delight looks like Dowling will pull them up as they arrive at the opening half mile, led by Good Omen. In the 2-hole, Solid Silver, there goes Katie Overdrive on the outside third. Fourth up the rail is Hunger Pangs. Then the fifth one, McLand, 58-3 for a half a mile. On by the 5/8 they go. Good Omen the leader. On the outside, second is Katie Overdrive. In the pocket, that's Solid Silver third. Fourth on the cones is Hunger Fangs. On the outside, fifth, that is McLand with a quarter of a mile to go. Good Omen the leader in the late going. Solid Silver giving chase now second. Third at the rail, Hunger Fangs 3/4 up in 1:28-2, and it's all Good Omen here by 4 open. Solid Silver is second, Hunger Fangs third, McLand fourth. It's Good Omen a going away winner to triple up Paul Langell. Solid Silver held second. Hunger Pangs will finish third, but it's Good Omen all alone on the wire in 1:56 flat. Closing quarter went 27-3.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 11th race. Good Omen, first start on Lasix, goes right down the road tonight, 28-4, 58-3. Down to 3/4 in 1:28-2, and here's the stretch dry. Paul Langell's hot tonight. He's got win number 3 with Good Omen, 1:56 flat. Gets the monkey off his back. First win of 2025, 9th career for Good Omen. Paul Langell in for second is the 3, Solid Silver. Hunger Pangs in there for third. It's 1:36 unofficially in the 11th. We're going to see Good Omen and Paul Langell in the Woodmere Standard Bridge Winner's Circle next.
Good Omen on his way to the Woodmere Standardbreds winner's circle from race number 11. Bay pacing gelding 4 by Better Than Cheddar. Off the Arch Place stand, Paula's Promise, owned by Roseanne Langell and Ellie Driscoll of Lower Onslow, Nova Scotia. Bred by Roseanne Langell. Paul Langell training and driving. Paul has the training double. Paul has the driving triple. And the time for the mile in 1:56 with a closing quarter of 27-3. Good Omen and the Langell triple in the 11th. Now the official results from race 11, Good Omen the winner. Almost Their Boss was scratched. Solid Silver second. KD Overdrive fourth. Western Delight did not finish. Hunger Pangs was third. McLand to finish fifth. 28-4. 58-3. 128-2. And the mile went 1:56. In review, 1 scratch, 2. 4 did not finish, 3-5. Good Omen 210. The Exactor 710, Triactor 2770, Superfecta 1585.
Redshore Summerside is another exciting on-track promotion until the end of our live racing season, which is November the 11th. Introducing the new track triple. Buy the aisle pick 5, a pick 4, and 1 daily double, and you will have a chance to win $500. Ask your on-track seller about the new track triple. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 12th race. Equipment change on number 3, Gabby Sealster removes the blinkers and adds a Murphy blind on the inside. I'm going 2, 3, 4, backstretch beat likes 1, 2, and 6. Classifier's choice is 2, 1, 3 in the 12th in 7 minutes.
12th race on the track set for the post parade. Number 1 is Going Yard, owned by Renison Racing of Truro, Nova Scotia. Aidan Farish of Summerside, trained by George Renison. Corey McPherson drives. 2, Molly Malone, owned by Fred and Carly Painter. Debbie and Neil Ramsey, trained by Fred Painter. Kenny Murphy up. 3 is Gabby Sealster, owned and trained by Claire Sweet of O'Leary. Tonight, David Dowling. 4, Brookdale Shelley, owned by Douglas and Doug Pauley of Amherst, Nova Scotia, trained by Phil Sizer. Paul Langell drives. Sporty Spice number 5 is owned and trained by Sylvia Hall Andrews of Nanaimo, British Columbia, driven by Norris Rogers. Animosity 6, owned and trained by Greg McGinnis of Tyne Valley, driven by Ryan DeRoche. You Bet I'm a Good One, number 7, owned by Jeff Lilly and Blair McLaughlin and Mark Gallant, trained by Jeff Lilly. Jacob Sweet. 8 is Voyage Alley, owned by Barbie Affleck from Cornwall and Dina Clow of New Haven, trained by Dina Clow and driven by Brett Clow. Run for the Money number 9, owned by Chandler McIsaac of Summerside and Brandon McDougall of Alberton. Brady Sweet trains and drives. 3 minutes to post time. The Red Shores Late Pick 4 starts in this race, featuring the $1,000 guaranteed full and the low 15% takeout.
Let's head over to the track for tonight's 12th race. Exactor 20-cent Superfecta, Triactor, Win, Place, and Show. It is the start of the guaranteed 20-cent Late Pick 4. Equipment change on the 3, Gabby Sealster in this race. Removes the blinkers and adds a Murphy blind on the inside. Landing on the 2 on your screen, that's Molly Malone, 3-year-old bay filly by In the Arsenal. For Fred and Carly Painter, Debbie and Neil Ramsey. Fred Painter is the trainer with Kenny Murphy aboard for the drive. October the 19th at Truro Raceway in the Mackenzie. Left on the rail, finished second. Just speed length and 3/4. Race timed in 1:57 flat. 30-3 closing quarter for Darren Crow. 4 wins from 19 tries. A 1:56-4 record taken at the Charlottetown Driving Park. That's the 2, Molly Malone with Kenny Murphy aboard, looking for a double tonight. Right now, they are good odds, 10-1. And there is a look at the 3, Gabby Sealster, 3-year-old bay filly by All Bets Off. For Claire Sweet of O'Leary, who's also the trainer. David Dowling gets the call to drive tonight. Started here last Tuesday night from post 2 and finished 4th, 1:59.4, 30 seconds flat on the end of it for Jacob Sweet. 3 wins from 22 tries, 1:58.4 season's best at Reader Carlton. The 3, Gabby Sealster, David Dowling. He's got a couple of wins tonight, looking for the triple, and right now they're at 55-1. And there's a look at the 4, Brookdale Shelley, 4-year-old bay mare by Rockin' in Heaven for Doug Polly and Doug Polly Jr. of Amherst, Nova Scotia. Phil Sizer, the trainer. Paul Langell's having a night. He's got 3 wins, looking for his 4th. Last start was here last Tuesday night from post 3. Finished 5th, 1:59.2, 30-2 in the end of it for Corey McPherson. October the 14th here, left from 7. A winner by 3/4 of a length in 2 minutes flat, 30 seconds flat closing quarter. Paul Angel was in the bike for that one. 4th win of the season that was for Brookdale Shelley. Took a record this season of 1:56.4 right here at Summerside. Leaving 4 tonight with Paul Angel aboard is Brookdale Shelley, 91-1. Tonight's 12th race has a field of 9 lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to Vance Cameron.
Going yard, Molly Malone, Gabby Sealster, Brookdale Shelley, Sporty Spice, Animosity. You Bet I'm a Good One. Roy Sally on the outside. The trailer, Run for the Money. Post time. Rough and pacing, going yard, leaving out with Molly Malone there to their outside. Gabby Sealster crossing over from 4th. That's Animosity from the inside. 5th is Run for the Money. Away 6th, that's You Bet I'm a Good One. Brookdale Shelley is 7th, and in 8th, Sporty Spice, and trailing 9th, Roy Alley along the back stretch to the quarter. Here comes Gabby Sealster to take over the lead. In line to David Dowling. Going yard now, 2nd, Molly Malone around the turn, 3rd, 4th. That's Animosity, a solid beginning of 28 and a 1. Run for the Money's in 5th. You Bet I'm a Good One, 6th. Brookdale Shelley, 7th. Sporty Spice is 8th. And trailing 9th, Roy Alley. Straight alignment of field of 9 at the opening half mile. And Gabby Sealster, the long shot leader with Dowling. Going yard is 2nd, on the move on the outside. Animosity picks up 3rd. Racing from 4th, that's Molly Malone, 58 seconds flat for a half a mile. Coming 5th on the outside, You Bet I'm a Good One. Run for the Money up the rail, 6. Moving up 7th, Brookdale Shelley. Then in 8th is Sporty Spice. And the trailer in 9th, Roy Alley. Animosity, a long, and I mean a long shot leader on the outside. Gabby Sealster is 2nd. Going yard on the outside, 3rd. 1:28 and 4, the 3/4, 1/8 of a mile to go. Animosity looking for a colossal upset. Going yard, the 1 to 9 is coming now. Racing 3rd, Gabby Sealster. Molly Malone is 4th. On the wire next, Animosity. Going yard, got the win here as the post-time favorite. Animosity made her work for it. Is 2nd. Molly Malone 3rd. Time for the mile in 1:59 and 1.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 12th race. And we saw Gabby Sealster on the front, 28-1 the half and 58, down to 3/4 in 1:28 and 1. Animosity came first over and went a big mile here tonight. Going yard slipped out going to the 3/4 and don't know how. It looked like there was a horse there, but somehow slipped out and gets the job done to win tonight in 1:59 and 1. 6th win of the season, 16th career. Corey McPherson in the bike for the win. In for 2nd is Animosity. Molly Malone 3rd. It's 1:62 unofficially. In the 12th, we'll see Going Yard and Corey McPherson in the winner's circle next.
Going Yard arriving at the 12th race winner's circle by pacing mare 5 by Always a Virgin from the Park Place Dam, Pride Park, owned by Renison Racing of Truro, Nova Scotia, and Aidan Farish of Summerside, bred by Terry Leonard of Harvard, Illinois. Trained by George Renison and Corey McPherson, picks up the winning drive, the mile in 1:59 and 1. Going Yard delivers in the 12th. Now the official results from the 12th race. Going Yard, the race winner. Molly Malone, 3rd. Gabby Sealster finished 6th. Brookdale Shelley was 5th. Sporty Spice finished 7th. Annie Mossity was 2nd. You Bet I'm a Good One finished 9th. Roy Ozali was 8th. Run for the Money finished 4th. 28 and 1. 58. 128 and 4, and the mile in 159 and 1. In review, 136, 572, 984. Going Yard paid 230. The Exactor 6140. Triactor was 84.90. Superfecta 46.64.
You can wager at the track or from home with HPI. It's free to sign up at hpibet.com. Wager $100 in the first 30 days and receive a deposit for $100. Wager on Red Shore, Summerside, and Charlottetown, where now for the first time you can earn rewards. Play the horses with HPI Bet and Red Shores. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 13th race. No show wagering in here. Scratch the 4 Southwind Ricochet, and also scratch the show wagering in the upcoming 13th race. I'm going to go 5-6-3 with the scratch of the 4. Backstretch beat at 4-5-3. Once again, the 4 scratched. Classifier's choices 5, 4 scratched, and 6. In the upcoming 13th race in 7 minutes.
On the 13th race post parade, number 1 Canvas of Stars, owned by Mallory Davies of Majorville, New Brunswick, trained by Chris Davies, Corey McPherson drives. Rock the Baby wears 2, owned by Windermere Farms of Springvale, trained by Earl Watts, tonight Ryan DeRage. Owned by Michelle Noyo, Summerside, trained by Blaine McKenna, driven by Kenny Murphy. Number 3, it's model time. 4 Southwind Ricochet is scratched. 5 is Broken Out of Gas. Owned and trained by Tammy Collins of Hazelbrook, Gilles Barrio. Glenview Ronda 6. Owned and trained by Adam Johnson of Upper Brookside, Nova Scotia, Brody McPhee. 4 minutes wagering time on race number 13. Good luck to James McDonald as he represents Canada at the 2025 World Driving Championship in New Zealand. The competition runs from November 2nd through 11th, and James will be providing video updates on Standard Bred Canada.
Let's head out to the track for tonight's 13th race. Exactor, 20-cent superfecta, triactor win in place. Scratch the show wagering in race number 13 with the scratch of 4. Southwind Ricochet landing on the 5. Broken Out of Gas, 4-year-old bay mare by Arthur Blue Chip for Tammy Collins of Hazelbrook, who's also the breeder and the trainer. Gilles Barrio has a couple of wins tonight, looking for win number 3. He's in the bike. Started here last Tuesday night, left from 5, finished 4th, just beat a length and 3/4. Race time 1:57, 30 seconds flat. Closing quarter, 6 wins from 27 tries this season, 14 times in the top 3. 154-4 record taken at Charlottetown. It's Broken Out of Gas from post 5. Move in a spot with the scratch of the 4. Right now, they're your current choice at 1-2. And there we see the 6, Glenview Ronda, 7-year-old bay mare by Immaculate for Adam Johnson of Upper Brookside, Nova Scotia. He's also the breeder and the trainer. Brody McPhee in the bike. Started here last Tuesday night, left from 3. A winner by 3/4 of a length in 1:58-1, 28-2 closing quarter. That was her second win of the season, 11th career for Glenview Ronda, the big free-legged mare with Brody McPhee aboard. Good odds, 27-1. And there's a look at its model time from post 3. 7-year-old bay mare by Stonebridge Terror for Michelle Noyo of Summerside. Kenny Murphy is driving for trainer Blaine McKenna. Last start was last Tuesday night here from post 4. Finished 3rd, 1:59 flat, 28-4 closing quarter. This mare got locked in with a ton of horse last week, so I look for her to be at the top of her game tonight from post 3. It's model time with Kenny Murphy. You're at even money. Tonight's 13th race, scratched down to a field of 5, lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's go back upstairs to Vance Cameron.
Canvas of Stars, Rock the Baby, it's model time. Broken Out of Gas, Glenview Rhonda, top of the stretch. Now approaching a start. Rough and pacing, Rock the Baby leaving out along with its model time, and joining them from the outside, Broken Out of Gas third to get away fourth on the cones, Canvas of Stars, then the trailer. That'll be Glenview Rhonda. 3 wide all around the turn. It's model time between horses, the leader. Broken Out of Gas coming to her on the outside second, now third. That is Rock the Baby. Racing from fourth, Canvas of Stars, and the trailer in fifth. That is Glenview Rhonda. They were rolling along in the early going. Broken Out of Gas made the lead for Barrio. Boom! Just like that, 27 and 3 the opener. Broken Out of Gas will lead them to the half. Racing from second, it's model time. Then in third, that is Rock the Baby. Canvas of Stars fourth, and on the outside fifth, that is Brookview Rhonda. Racing on round the turn they go. Check it out. Opening half mile was up in 56 and 2, and missionized on the front end, Broken Out of Gas. Racing second, it's model time. That is Glenview Rhonda on the move in the outside third. Back to fourth on the cones, Rock the Baby, and Canvas of Stars on the outside fifth. Down to a quarter of a mile left to go. Broken Out of Gas the leader. It's model time tracking second. 3/4 tripped in 1:25 and 4 with an eighth of a mile left to go. Broken Out of Gas is open by 3. Its model time is second. Glenview Rhonda has third. Deep in the stretch. On the wire next. Broken Out of Gas for Barrio. Second, that's its model time. Glenview Rhonda will finish third. And they stop the clock tonight in 1:55. But
here comes the slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 13th race. Broken Out of Gas, and Jill Barrio drive up to the front in a snappy 27 and 3. The half up 56 and 2, down to 3/4 in 1:25 and 4. And here's the stretch drive. Jill Barrio sitting chilly for a driving triple tonight with Broken Out of Gas. Its model time in there for second, 1:55 flat. Glenview Rhonda for third, so it is 5-3-6 unofficially. In tonight's 13th race, we're going to see Broken Out of Gas and Jill Barrio. They're going to the Woodmere Standard Bridge Winner's Circle next.
Broken Out of Gas on her way to the Woodmere Standard Bridge Winners Circle from the 13th. Bay pacing mare 4 by Arthur Blue Chip from the Goliath by Yama Dam, a one hot vet. Tammy Collins of Hazelbrooks owns, trains, and also the breeder. Gilberto with his third winner for the triple. The time per mile, excellent trip on this night of 1:55. Broken Out of Gas and the Barrio triple in the 13th. Here's the official results from the 13th race. Canvas of Stars 4th. Rock the Baby 5th. It's Model Time was 2nd. Southwind Ricochet was scratched. Broken Head of Gas, the race winner. Glenview Rhonda finished 3rd. They went 27 and 3, 56 and 2, 125 and 4, and the mile 155. In review 452, scratched 1-3. Broken Head of Gas 250. The Exactor 590, the Triactor 1230, and the Superfecta 212.
Red Shores is proud to present HPI PEI players an exciting new offer for 2025. When you wager on Woodbine, Standardbred, and Thoroughbred, customers can earn valuable HPI bet points. Sign up for free at hpibet.com to take advantage of member offers and privileges today. Play the horses with HPI Bet and Red Shores. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 14th race. Our backup class here on a Tuesday night. Scratch the 1 Sharky. I'm going with a 2-4-3, backstretch speed at 2-3-1, and he's scratched. And the classifiers choice is 2-3-4 in the 14th in 7 minutes.
14th race on push parade. 1 Sharky is scratched. 2 is Rose Run X-Con. Owned by JD Racing Incorporated of Cornwall, trained by Nick Oakes. Kenny Murphy drives. Hamac Maximus number 3, owned by Grace Story of Montague, trained by Tammy Collins, Paul Langeau. Hamac Exclusive 4, owned by Leith Wade, Leslie Wade, and Jimmy Gorman, trained by Leslie Wade and driven by Corey McPherson. 5 is First Glance. Owned by Luke Beck of Charlottetown, one of the odds stable of Orwell. Trained by Devin Wallace, driven by Brady Sweet. 3 minutes to post time. Rocky, you and I are coming up with our selections here in race number 14 on this 15-race presentation. We thank Results Marketing and Advertising and their continued presentation of the Vance Cam. Here in the 14th, I went to 2 Rose Run X-Con. He'll be on the rail now for Kenny Murphy, and I just went right up the page with the 2, 3 Hamac Maximus and the 4 Hamac Exclusive, and for the Super, I went to 5 First Glance. 2, 3, 4, 5. Those are my choices. Rocky, yours.
2, 4, 3, 5. Pretty easy, eh? 2, 4, 3, 5 for me. Vance going 2, 3, 4, 5. Good luck and get in on the 14th race wagering here at Red Shores in Summerside. 14th race, scratched down to a field of 4, lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's go back upstairs to Vance Cameron.
Rose Run X-Con, Halmac Maximus, Halmac Exclusive. First glance, top of the stretch. Now approaching a start. The rough and pacing Rose Run XCOM will lead them out of the rail. Second to the turn is Halmac Maximus. To get away third as they move over to the 8th pole is Halmac Exclusive. And first glance will be fourth. Up the backstretch for the first time they go, led by Rose Run XCon and Kenny Murphy. Racing from second is Halmac Maximus. Then in third, that is Halmac Exclusive. First glance trails in the early going fourth as they arrive at the opening quarter. Rose Run X-Con, the fraction setter for Kenny Murphy, was at the opening quarter in 29 and 2. Racing from second, Halmac Maximus, Halmac Exclusive third, followed by First Glance in fourth. Down the stretch they come. They're arriving at the opening half-mile next, and on the point, Rose Run X-Con left alone with the lead. Racing second is Halmac Maximus. Then in third, Halmac Exclusive. There goes First Glance to the outside fourth. They were halfway home, and the leader at the midway point, Rose Run X-Con, 1 minute and 2. Wow, that's pretty comfortable here. As they swing to the backstretch, the tempo will pick up. Rose Run X-Con, the leader. First Glance on the outside second. Third at the rail, Halmac Maximus. Fourth on the outside, Halmac Exclusive. Oh, they're starting to pick them up, and they're starting to put them down now. Rose Run X-Con had them over to 3/4 in 1:29 and 1, 28 and 4 in the third, and they're homeward bound. Rose Run X-Con, the leader. Halmac Maximus is second. Halmac Exclusive third. First Glance fourth. On the wire they come. Rose Run X-Con all the way for Kenny Murphy. Second is Halmac Maximus. Halmac Exclusive third. And the time for the mile in 1:57.2.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 14th. Rose Run X-Con goes right down the road, 29 and 2, the half a minute 2, 3/4 in 1:29 and 1. Chucks a last half in 57 seconds flat at them. Kenny Murphy taking both of our features tonight, winning with Rose Run X-Con in 1:57 and 2. In for second, Halmac Maximus. Halmac Exclusive third with First Glance rounding her out. It's the Vance Cameron Superfecta. 2, 3, 4, 5 in the 14th. We're going to see Rose Run X-Con and Kenny Murphy in the Woodmere Standard Bridge Winner's Circle next.
There's Rose Run X-Con on his way into the Woodmere Standardbred Winner's Circle from tonight's 14th. Bay pacing gelding 6 by McCardle off the Art Major Dam. Sterling Delilah. owned by JD Racing Incorporated of Cornwall. Bred by Rose Run Farm. Trainer Nick Oakes has the double. Driver Kenny Murphy has the double. And he put the horse on top at every call, winning in 157 and 2. Rose Run X-Con, doubling up Murphy and Oakes in the 14th. Now, the official results in the 14th, Sharky was scratched. Rose Run X-Con, the race winner. Hamac Maximus was second. Hamac Exclusive third. First Glance finished fourth. 29 and 2, 1 minute 2, 129 and 1, and the mile in 157 and 2. In review, Scratch 1 2, 3 4. Rose Run X-Con 460 to win. The exactor 1550. The triactor was 1170, and the superfecta paid a $181.
Redshores Racing features an early and late Super High Five. Not tonight, though, folks. No Super High Five in the finale. As part of the 2025 wagering menu, the Super High Five is offered in race 5 and usually the last race of the program with the low 15% takeout. Customers can play the Super High Five at both Redshore, Summerside, and Charlottetown. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 15th race finale. I like 3-2-1, as does the classifier. Backstretch speed at 2-3-1 in the finale in 8 minutes.
No super high five wagering here on the 15th. The run post parade. Number 1 is Majestic Mason. Owned by Stephen Downey of Quispam, New Brunswick. Trained by Rick Armstrong. Brady Sweet driving. Woodmere Ideal Art, number 2, home of the Ultimate Stable at Greater Lakeport, New Brunswick, trained by Sir Paul Melanson. Kenny Murphy drives. 3 is Starship Glide, home of Windermere Farms of Springvale, trained by Earl Watts, Paul Langell. Melody Maker 4, Ryan DeRoss driving for owner-trainer Greg McGinnis, Tyne Valley. Coast to Coast Shark wears number 5, owned by Shirley Wallace of Alberton, trained by Jeff Wallace, tonight Jacob Sweet. Brookdale J. Mack, number 6, owned by Douglas and Doug Pauley of Amherst, Nova Scotia, trained by Phil Sizer, Brody McPhee drives. 7 is Louis the Great. Owned by Leith Wade of Summerside and Leslie Wade of Charlottetown. Leslie is the trainer. The drive goes to Corey McPherson. 3 minutes wagering time on a race number 15. And to wrap up this 15 race presentation here at historic Summerside on this Tuesday night, here's Rocky Schierman.
And yes, fans, there is a look at our picks here in the finale. I guess we're going to go with the same picks here, 3-2-1-5, and you're at 3-2-1-5 as well in the superfecta with no super high 5 here in the 15th. The 3 Starship Glide over the 2 Woodmere Ideal Art, the 1 Majestic Mason rounded out with the 5 Coast to Coast Sharks. We're both at 3-2-1-5 in the superfecta here in the finale. Let's have a look at the odds board for the 15th race finale. Majestic Mason and Brady Sweet at 4-5. Your current choice, Woodmere Ideal Art 2 and Kenny Murphy at 9-1. The 3 Starship Glide and Paul Angel at 8-5. Melody Maker 4 and Ryan Darage at 37-1. The 5 Coast to Coast Shark and Jacob Sweet 13-1. 6 Brookdale J. Mack and Brody McPhee at 5-1. Rounding out the field 7 Louis the Great with Corey McPherson at 19-1. That's the field for the 15th race finale. Good luck with your selections. Tonight's 15th race. It's the finale on a Tuesday night. Has a field of 7 lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Vance Cameron, up to you for the call.
They line up with Majestic Mason, Woodmere Ideal Art, Starship Glide, Melody Maker, Coast to Coast Shark, Brookdale J. Mack, and Louis the Great. Top of the stretch. Now approaching a start. Finale time. Rough and pacing, Woodmere Ideal Art, the first one out. Majestic Mason along the rail will be second. Third into the turn, Starship Glide. Melody Makers away fourth. Coast to Coast Shark fifth. From the outside six is Brookdale J. Mack, and the trailer seventh. Louis the Great, they're on the back stretch, and Majestic Mason, he's the leader for Brady Sweet as they arrive at the quarter. Woodmere Ideal Art had to settle up for the two-hole ride, racing from third. That is Starship Glide. Fourth up the rail, Melody Maker. Oh, they're sitting up in the nightcap. 27-4. Boom! Just like that, a fired up Majestic Mason for Brady Sweet out in front. Racing from second is Woodmere Ideal Art. Then in third, Starship Glide, and he's going to the outside. Melody Maker following out in fifth. Coast to Coast Shark sixth. On the outside, that is Brookdale J. Mack. Then the trailer, Louis the Great, 57 seconds flat for a half a mile. Down to 3/8 to go. Majestic Mason will lead the three-quarters. On the outside, Starship Glide second. In the pocket, Woodmere Ideal Art is third. Fourth on the outside, Melody Maker at the rail, Coast to Coast Shark racing fifth. Brookdale J. Mack sixth. Louis the Great seven. Three-quarters in the books. Majestic Mason was there. 1:26-1. They round the top turn for the second and the final time with an eighth of a mile to go. Majestic Mason turning home. Second at Woodmere Ideal Art. Coast to Coast Shark coming late third. On the wire next. He brought his A-game tonight. Majestic Mason for Brady Sweet all the way. Second, Woodmere Ideal Art. Looked like Coast to Coast Shark may have been third. 1:56 flat.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for the finale. Majestic Mason goes right down the road tonight for Brady Sweet. The fractions 27-4, the half in 57. Three-quarters in 1:26-1. Here's the stretch drive. Look like Woodmere Ideal Art might get up the inside, but Majestic Mason has too much for him, and Brady Sweet's going to double up in the bike tonight for the win. The mile in 1:56. Fourth win of the season. 10th career for Majestic Mason. They're going to the Woodmere Standardbreds Winner Circle next.
There's Majestic Mason on his way to the Woodmere Standardbreds Winners Circle here in the 15th. Pacing brown gelding 4 by Arthur Bluchev from the American Ideal Dam. Beautiful in blue. Owned by Stephen Downey of Quiz-Pam, New Brunswick, who is also the breeder. Trained by Rick Armstrong, and Brady Sweet had him on top at every call. For Brady, that's his second winner on the night for the double. The wire-to-wire victory in 156. Majestic Mason in the nightcap. Now the official results in the 15th, Majestic Mason, the race winner. Woodmere Ideal Art was second. Starship Glide, 7th. Melody Maker was 4th. Coast to Coast Shark, 3rd. Brookdale J. Mack was 5th. Louis the Great finished 6th. Fractions 27 and 4. 57. 126 and 1. And the mile 156. In review, 127, 4356. Majestic Mason paid $740. The Exactor 1680. Triactor 104.10. The Super Factor was 30.54, and the Late Daily Double returning 33.50. And that will complete our live presentation tonight here in Summerside. The Par Mutual handle, $57,763. Ladies and gentlemen, from up top of the Summerside Raceway, thanking you for joining us. This is Vance Cameron bidding you a safe journey home.